Hello, hello, hello. Ah, heck, wait. One smidgen of a second of technical difficulty. I think I'm back. That was quite the palaver. Ah, heck, the audio is super loud from when you're listening to Miss Christine, isn't it? Hi everyone. Okay. Hello, Turquoise. Oh, Johnny. First try, very speedy. Wait, Turquoise, you did the classic go for the daily book, not the first arrival. Oh my gosh. A highly contested first arrival. Hi Azure. Hi Will. Hi Dem. How are you all doing? How has your week been going? Are you having a good time? It wasn't me. Turquoise was first? Yeah. Turquoise went for the long channel Pinto Demon, lost out on the honor of first arrival. At least in the little activity feed. But I hope everyone's doing well. This is the second stream in a week. This is a rarity at the moment, isn't it exciting? How is everyone doing? We have quite a bit to get to today, as you may be able to tell from the other couplets are in the way. Well, there's a little countdown at the bottom saying that this game mode's open for 15 more hours. But we got 3 more stages, and I'm assuming a closing, I forget what these are called, a story chapter to do. So there's a lot to go through. But we should be okay, Focused yapping. I have beverage with no caffeine to look after my voice, responsible mouse, and I have beverage with caffeine to make sure I actually finish it. I'm not looking forward to Thanksgiving. Whoa. Oh wait, is Thanksgiving June? I forget what day it is with not being American. I've been reading book club, love it so far. Oh, interesting. Is this for Why Machines Learn, or is this the Dispossessed by Killigwin? I haven't started the Dispossessed yet, so I'm quite excited. Oh heck yeah, thank you so much for subscribing for 25 months! Holy moly, long period of time. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the book you get at the Library of the Sense and all the books before it. Thank you so much. I do really appreciate it. Oh, and there was a hydrate snuck in there. I'm going to assume that this is Turquoise wanting me to consume caffeine. I will be extrapolating based off no evidence. Good highlight. Oh heck, Dalazol, thank you so much for subscribing for 18 months of Prime. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the book you get at the blah. Sentences are difficult. I hope you enjoy whatever book you get at the library this month. I really appreciate it. The Dispossessed? I got the audiobook. Oh, interesting. I haven't figured out how I'm gonna pick it up yet. In my brain, I kind of figured it's not a book I have a physical copy of, and I'm probably going to be ordering quite a few noises books for people's Christmas presents, and so I figured that whenever I do that ordering, I will also try and grab that book. So maybe next week or so. I'm assuming I can read it in 2 weeks, because I'm pretty busy at the moment, but if the audiobook's good, I might check it out. And so readers, so audiobooks are a godsend. Yeah, audiobooks are really handy I mostly use them for rereads, or if I'm reading anything lighter. I find that for some genres, audiobooks, I think there's something about only listening to rather than reading things that means I don't retain it as well. So if I'm reading a kind of intricate high fantasy or space opera, I can find it a bit overwhelming, but if I'm reading a book with more emphasis on kind of character interactions where the dialogue being read out is really impactful, I think it suits it a lot. I think... I'm going to have more to yap about, but I think I may just start the stage. I'm doing a pretty good job of not getting distracted. Oh my gosh, look at me go. Oh, I will say, I do have some of my dinner left in front of me, And so every now and then I might pause to have a big mouthful of noodles. For I want to consume carbohydrates. Carbohydrates. That's the one. Okay. Should I do a synopsis? So we have the set of a film crew who are out on a plate which is slowly moving towards a catastrophe, but theoretically it shouldn't get too close. And a lot of the members of the cast are linked by a death that happened on set 5 years ago, and so far 4 of the members of crew have died in various ways, and the first 2 were passed off as accidents or deemed as not overly suspicious, but the last 2 were sinister, and so we're going to be picking up. And the last chapter was the director announcing to the crew, "Oh, you can leave if you want to, but like peer pressure, if you want a career you should stay." That was kind of strange. I'm not sure. I didn't fully understand the motivation of this chapter, but we are ready to rumble, and hopefully we get to see Tippy being a detective because she's really cute. Okay, and let us begin. Oh yeah, I am playing with Zalex only, so only the rodent operators, for I am mouse, and collectively we be squeaking. Oh, hi Bun, how you doing? I feel like... What noise is that? I want to say it's some kind of airplane noise, but I think that's just the Bun aeroplane. I'm struggling with my words today. Oh heck, Will, thank you so much for 30 bits. I really appreciate it. The bits will go towards more books for the library. Thank you so much. Oh heck, a train. Public transport at this library. Cotton Candy Burb. Big fan of Cotton Candy Burb. I enjoy the sleeves that aren't really sleeves. I'm not sure of the zip logistics, but I enjoy the general impression. Oh, thank you. Design goes crazy. She's playable light. I'm not imagining that. I was just saying about how my voice was doing really well today. Oh no, okay. Da. Old Dalton's death and Shelley's freezing cold in the storage were no accidents. And Michael and Marion are dead too, in such a horrible way. Behind all this, why all the murders in the first place? And why are they so gruesome? I have a feeling that Michael saw this coming. He looked a lot more serious than usual when we met the night before the murder. He must have figured out the reason Dalton died, panicked, and decided to get out of here. But now I'll never know why he was hiding. Maybe this all has to do with the accident 5 years ago. But what's really worrying me is the killer's not even trying to make them look like accidents anymore. What if they're trying to tell us? Until the entire truth is brought to light, nobody is safe. Dun dun dun. Oh yeah, I forgot she's the new flying operator in the same class as Contrail, but rodent on top still. Buckets, sorry Tippy. You've got to let people know where your rodent loyalties lie. Okay. Where are my windows? Oh, there it is. Hi, Pesky. Thank you for the hydrate. How are you doing? I hope you've been having a good day. Oh, thank you for the pretzel. Wait. Did the pets work? I feel like it must have been kind of speedy if it did work. Pet inflation. We're diluting the head pet economy. I don't want to scam anyone. Pet pats didn't work? No! Well, I guess it's a day of manual head pats, but that's okay. I can do the button, I can do the button. My kit is a guaranteed dodge, so probably fun with that one IS relic. It's so strange to me how there's so many IS relics regarding dodge, but it's just really doesn't show up in many operators. There's Flame Tail. That's the end of the list to me. Delayed reaction pats, the slow motion. Dot 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 dot. Oh my gosh, sorry Molly, did my babbling scare you? Don't worry, it doesn't matter if it really is like a crazy killer running out there. I'll protect you no matter how many of them are. Oh, that's not it, Detective Tippy. I was just thinking what can I do on my end? Huh? Michael's dead now, but that doesn't mean what he wanted me to do doesn't matter anymore. The killer may be planning on using the escaped Lamberts Miss Stone mentioned for their next move. So if we can figure out another way out, or put together something that'll get us to ground, or even just find an exhaust vent, we might be able to get away from this maniac hiding in the shadows and save ourselves during the climax. Molly! Tippy, you're the first person to really open up to me after I joined the crew. Even though I kept messing up and getting you in trouble, you're always there to stand up for me. When Marion would forget my name, you're always ready to give a proper reminder. You're always looking out for me, comforting me, protecting me. So, this time, I want to protect you too. Aww. You're so cute. The bear gives a gentle hug to her most precious friend in the whole cube. Once this is all over, we're totally gonna have a movie marathon at your place. 24 hours of non-stop screams, paired with our favorite drinks and fried fin balls? Is that a delicacy? I wanna see the houses that you grew up in looks like, and meet the sister you're always bragging about. Sure. Oh, drama? She'll protect her with the gun, the glue gun? Yeah. Are only Sancta allowed glue guns, or are guns that are craft materials allowed for the other groups? Pinballs are fish snacks? Jace sells them? I'm scared of the ocean. Don't eat anything from the ocean. That's a cult food. I'm terribly sorry to interrupt your little sorority huddle. Oh wow, Miss Rutherford, what brings you to the pop room? Where's your assistant? Didn't you receive Greta's notice on your terminals? She's already sent out compensation to everyone and officially disbanded the crew. Whether you're scared of the killer, worried about the catastrophe, or want to stay and finish the shoot, we're free to do as we please. So naturally, it only took a blink of an eye for that spineless assistant of mine to run off God knows where. Do as we please? Don't tell me, Miss Stone. No, none of the crew even care about the real reason all these murders are happening. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn, and I don't see why you should either. Surely the responsible thing to do is to escape and leave that to the police. Seafood is scary? Yeah, seafood is extra scary in Arknights. There's more concerning things in the ocean. There's concerning things all over Terra and Arknights. As Greta said, you can leave the truth to whoever feels like playing detective. So, why do you come looking for us then, Mom? I'm here for you, Tippy, the background painter. Me? I admire Greta's gumption in wanting to film a catastrophe, and this is a fine opportunity for me as well, but films cannot solely rely on natural phenomena. I know you're more passionate about cinema than most, and you must have heard of how important this project is to me. So I implore you from the bottom of my heart to put your talent into building colour matching to work and paint the perfect backdrop for my grand finale. Wow. I mean, I totally love to, but... Go help her out, Tippy. Molly, what's the ring count? Are you really going to go exploring? Molly better stay safe. I'll be so grumpy if anything happens to her. Don't worry, I've been part of the prop team for ages now, and I know my way around the place. I'll be fine. Remember what we were just talking about? This is something I need to do. Alright then. Once I'm done helping out with the backdrops, I'll come and find you. Promise. Oh! I wonder. Okay. You may enter, Madam Stone. Oh heck, I need another highlight my voice. Oh, good evening, Rust. How are you doing? I hope your day's been going well. Why they call it terror? 'Cause it's so scary. Very terrifying. Under the wind? Oh. Okay. You know, I was really thinking when I started stream earlier, oh my gosh, my voice is so much healthier today. It's gonna be so much easier to yap. But 20 minutes in and I'm sounding crunchy again. I really do talk more in one stream than I would otherwise in like a month. It's kind of crazy. I'd just be yapping continuously. Logistically impressive, honestly. Doing good, been working on stuff. Ooh, busy Rust, busy. Is this still in relation to the Doom modding project, or is this a different shenanigan? You know, it was me before I even got to the door. Yes, I've been waiting for you. Da da da. A little investigation the other day forced me to reveal my plan of filming a real catastrophe to the whole crew. I don't know how you were going to pass that off as an accident, but the timing couldn't have been worse. Anna and the rest of the crew were already unhappy with me, so I had to make some last-minute decisions. Big decisions. If I wanted to, I could sue you for damages incurred by your act of industrial sabotage. If you can, then this country has bad legal precedent. What do you... Huh? That is dubious at best. But I'm not going to punish my caste just to vent or assert my authority, especially when such actions would only complicate the situation. I don't think that's the biggest issue. I think the biggest issue is the legal foundation, but... Don't push yourself. This is the last day of the event, so it's the last chance I can have to read it, at least while it's live, so... Shit. And then, more murders. The killer even stopped hiding their savagery, and everyone's using their minds, except you. You're the same as ever. Cool as a cucumber. Boo, we hate cucumbers. Watching the crowds from a distance. I suppose I can thank this crisis for making it clear that you have other reasons to be here. Da da da. But none of that's important right now. The crew's been disbanded. You can leave, or stay until the date specified in your contract. It's up to you. Your part in this is done anyway. Hardly. The moment you came to find me, you proved that my part in this is not yet done. I can't magic up another Lady Dupont, or bring the three Rockefeller brothers back to life. We're running out of both time and manpower, so I need to figure out the best use of our limited resources. Lucian, I'd like you to be the lead for the rest of the film. Well, that's gonna be some major rewrites. In the middle of the night, the clackety-clack-clack of typing echoes through the office. A despondent purr curls up in front of his typewriter as he glances at his latest manuscript and stubs a cigarette out on it. Ending, ending, ending. Lady Dupont needs to die in the ending. After she elopes with the second Rockefeller, they vanish from high society and live a poetic life out in the countryside. The Rockefeller's life of affluence has left too much of a mark on him. He eventually shames Lady Dupont for her empty family name and leaves her. In despair, she slits her own throat. Too realistic. And do they really have to be punished after leaving their extravagant lives behind? It takes place back when Colombia had its wealth as its highest virtue. I'm just trying to recreate it and let the audience judge for themselves. Oh, I need to remember to mute before coughing. I'm sorry. The little cigarette burn glows and spreads and swallows the whole paper up. Stephen takes a breath and blows away the ashes. That's very logistically convenient paper. In the end, Lady Dupont chooses none of the Rockefellers. She had only wanted to escape her false destiny through marriage, but understands just how toxic the love can be. The brothers, unbeknownst to each other, each plot their own revenge, and Lady Dupont is killed by 3 different schemes at the same time. No, too lowbrow. Getting stuck in a quagmire of love, even after not choosing anyone, makes it sound like it's fate to work, but really it's just slapping in a trope to patch up the gaps. The final shot of a body being pulverized into nothing would definitely be shocking, but the setup's just too crude. The Dupont family's false claims of being descended from Victorian nobility are finally exposed to the public. No matter how deep the Rockefeller brothers' love for her is, they cannot shield her from punishment. The only time in her life the Lady Dupont is treated as true nobility is when the real Dupont family demands the death penalty for her. It's too neat. All tied up with a bow to show how deep and meaningful it is, but lacks any of the madness around romance a film called The Death of Lady Dupont should have. So, out of draft paper, let me fetch some more from the filing cabinet. Writer's block, very relatable. Writing's hard, though to be fair, writing an entire script and doing work based off it without finishing it is terrifying. But I mean, I'm a plotter, not a gardener, so this style of working is terrifying to me. I've been getting better with the map maker. I've now learned how to use the 3D floors tool. Ooh! Staircases cause so many problems in just in so many different games. The logistics, it's crazy. You late? Not as much as I want to, but a little bit. I used to write a little more. I don't have too much time with streaming and work and new job training. I'd like to write more at some point. Oh! Stephen slips on a wad of paper he threw on the ground earlier, falling flat on his back. Only now does he notice the entire office is filled with discarded drafts. There's nowhere left to stand. He lies down amidst his aborted ideas, covering his face with his hands as he yells in frustration. Oh, wait. Get a grip, Stephen Quay? You've been messing around with the ending for 2 whole months now, and you don't even have a half-baked scene to show for it. This is your baby. You wrote every damn line in this story. Don't tell me you don't even know where you want to write. If you need to suffer to make a classic, then this must be a goddamn masterpiece, right? You've got the time pressure of the shooting, the shock of hearing about filming the catastrophe, and the fear of some maniac going around killing the crew. You've got it all, man. What could you want? A lot of inspiration, my buff. That was just some stupid excuse to get Greta off your back. You got incoming. You lost his for contact details? I can't actually, no, I do believe the Sancta Pope has a mobile phone. Who's there? Uh-oh! Is this gonna be a mysterious person? Gonna be murder? Well, honestly, I don't care as long as you are. As long as you help me figure out the ending. Oh, he might be next. So then accent comes out? I'm so bad at accents. Voice actors are so talented. With reading through stories, I often want to be able to do different voices, but I just do not have the skill set. Okay, you guys don't become unblockable when you're out the light, right? I'm not imagining that. Am I? I'm gonna put Honeyberry here and everything will be good. The movie might not have an ending. I think the movie's got some pretty major problems. I'll agree with that. I feel like this one facing this way makes the most sense. All standing around here is a smidgen ominous. Is this light not on? Did I misunderstand the placement and it would have to be here facing this way? I think I did. Yeah, okay. Well, it doesn't make too much of a difference, I suppose. Staircases can be done with normal dune geometry, so that's no problem. The limitation I'm referring to is... oh, then being scary time. Is how the engine cannot have overlapping floors, so all the areas need to stay clear of each other. However, 3D Floor Tool lets me create a free floating floor that I can shape into a middle floor ceiling, thus creating 2 floors on top of each other. Oh, interesting. That's kind of a fun workaround. I have a statement. Who agrees? What's the statement? What's the statement? Is it the books are cool and that's the whole statement. I was trying to think of the hot take, but I just think books are neat. I don't either. I live in the southern part of the US, so that's my natural accent. I just keep it suppressed. Oh, fair. I'm gonna sound so silly, but outside of the really dramatic, well-known US accents, I often get Canadian and American accents confused. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna get lots of question marks for this, but I sometimes can't tell the difference between them. I'm very glad Control is surviving me putting her in an irresponsible place whilst I get ready to have gravel playable. Oh, I should have deployed earlier. Oopsies. I can't tell those two apart well either. Yeah, I feel like because so many people commenting on things on the internet are either American or to some extent expect the audience to be. I feel like Americans are the most outspoken part of the English speaking internet. And so naturally, if one of the options is an accent that they've grown up around, they can see more distinction with it. But to me, they're really quite similar. Easy peasy. I've come up with a few initial concepts for Lady Dupont's finale. You're an expert background painter, and quite versatile too. I need you to help me put together the best possible scene. Here, there's a few materials I cobbled together. Have a look. Wow, how do you get all these art references and reference shots? setting, the ambience, design philosophy. You even labeled all the details of the buildings and how lighting would reflect off the different materials. How long have you been researching the scene, ma'am? A few years at this point. Time is about the only thing I have these days. It takes a lot more than reading the words of a script to make an excellent film. Actor Quay's not even done fixing up the script yet, and you've already come up with so many ideas for the ending. Well, that's certainly taking a sweet time with it, yes. I believe both as the leading lady of the death of Lady Dupont and its investor, I have an obligation to take responsibility for the film. As I said before, the revival of my career in Rankwood will begin once Lady Dupont gets a good, proper death. Rubicon Holiday, The Portrait of Evan Daz, The Bridge of Country March. These mood reference shots are all taken from films starring Marianne Blake, aren't they? Do you like her work? Died long before you were born. I mean, like, my dad really loves her films. Besides, the classics are classics for a reason, right? Both her acting and taste in projects were impeccable. It's kind of surprising to hear you say that. I could have sworn you hated her. Everyone's been comparing you guys for years. Indeed, all those years. Oh? If I hear them, I don't know. The advertisement jail. Oh, camera noises. Isn't this... Is this the reuse of the woman who was... Is this NPC skin being reused from the Not Dorothy Vision? That time Kristen wanted to go to space. Lone Trial, that's the one. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure I've already been infatuated with this NPC, but I don't think I've met the Hollywood starlet. Wait! She retires and then joins the corporation? They were talking about why she was famous. It took me several minutes too long. Oh my gosh. The crossover's real. Okay. Congratulations on winning your 8th Best Actress award, Miss Blake. Ever since you started your career, you've been at least nominated for an award practically every year. The industry now sees you as an insurmountable mountain for fresh new talent to try and climb. Are there any other particular up-and-comers you think we should keep an eye on? I appreciate the flattery, but I'm hardly an insurmountable mountain. I'm still climbing the way up myself. There are always plenty of new faces streaming into Rankwood, blooming with talent. It's hard for me to pick any specific name. How about Melanie Rutherford? I tip my hat to you, Miss Blake. Today I received the award for Best Supporting Actress, 2 years slower than it took you. Da da da. I've seen all your films. As our reporter friend here said, you really are a natural-born performer, the tallest peak in Rankwood. But only for now. Give me some time, and I will overcome you. Well, I'm looking forward to it. That's like a strange thing to say to interject while someone's getting interviewed. Wow, Melanie and Marianne are really getting it out in this scene. Time to get the popcorn. They've been rivals for a while now, haven't they? It's like they're always racing to get the most awards. So why'd they agree to be in the same project? Da da da. Shh. Did you forget everything they taught you when you joined the crew, you rude little so-and-so? Go apologize to Miss Rutherford right now. I'm really sorry. Let's not be too harsh on the fresh meat, Melanie. Our films are built upon rules. You've been in the industry longer than I have, Miss Blake. You must have experienced why they're so important firsthand. Courtesy towards the leading lady is something we've had to fight for. Role by role, film by film, it's what allowed me, a young girl from the middle of nowhere, to stand in front of you all today. Without rules, there would be no standards. How else will we know which of us is the greatest film actress of all time? This is a very weird competition. This Melanie character is kind of strange. Which reminds me, I still haven't congratulated you for the Best Actress award you got in the Thine Inspire Film Festival a few days ago. It was just a small award ceremony. Meanwhile, your latest film swept every single major award in Rankwood. Again. I still haven't truly overcome you, Miss Blake. If the accent joke confused you? Oh no, it's okay, it's okay. I'd like to thank everyone for coming to the press conference regarding the eternally shining star. We appreciate your care and concern during this difficult time. The rumors are true. Our film crew really did run to the cast. Gets ready for dramatic reading. The rumors are true. Our film crew really did run into a catastrophe during our shoot. I was injured and am still recovering now. Thankfully, we didn't return empty-handed. We managed to hold on to some of our precious footage. But I believe this is heaven working in mysterious ways. It's trying to tell me that it's time for me to bid farewell to the silver screen. As both the lead actress of the Eternally Shining Star and its investor, I am hereby announcing that neither the film nor my performance will be submitted for nomination for any awards. It will remain as one last gift from Marion Blake to her cinephile friends, and nothing more. I won't be leaving Rankwood immediately, of course, just moving into more behind-the-scenes role for now. But I doubt I'll be content with that for long. I'm always eager to seek new opportunities to start a new chapter of my life as Yara Brooker Wilson. I was about to say I thought her name was Yara. Oh, you're here too, Miss Rutherford. Could we request a quick interview? The latest film will be releasing soon, and most are predicting that only you and Miss Blake would be in the running for this year's Best Actress of Rankwood Awards. So, how do you feel about the announcement of her sudden retirement and the withdrawal of her new movie from nominations? Does this mean fun? After Yara, Miss Blake retired from acting, you got all those roles as a brand spokeswoman and lead actress, and even got invited to some of the judging panels for the big film festivals. But not long after, you suddenly left it all behind because some personal reasons, and then when you came back last time, retirement gave me quite the shock, but I still believe I had won fairly, through my own talent. I believe that I too could become the insurmountable mountain, a legend of the silver screen, one that outshone even her. But in the end, Rankwood's Best Actress Melanie Rutherford let it all go to her head, and swayed by the endless praise of critics and flattery of sponsors, and the applause of the audience. Wealth and fame, alcohol and scandal, I have lived an indecent life those years. I don't know why my brain thought that was incandescent. I was really confused what that would mean. Just like, yeah, I'm one of those insects that glow in the dark. I don't know. Yeah, tell me about it. Most tablets have zero respect for your privacy. Once I met you in person, I could tell. Maybe you've made a few mistakes here and there, but your love for acting is the real deal. To console me, little library, no one's more acutely aware of my feelings than I am. Ian could switch from a hardened soldier to a poor serving girl and back again at the drop of a hat. A single dress rehearsal was all she needed to figure out the ideal lighting and positions. But if I were to ever take a single day off, spend 1 hour less in studying the script, or arrive at rehearsals 15 minutes late, my performance would fall into the gutter. Oh, hi, Nikki. How are you doing? How's your day been going? Oh, big yawn, big hydrate. Firefly operative one? Are there many bug operators? We need more bug women in Arclights and men, I suppose, but yeah. Do we have insects? I'm trying to think of them. I feel like I've had this conversation before when I was asking if there was any cockroach adjacent ones given my Kamiyoshi. Oh, thank you for the stretch roll. I'm stretching my arms out. I just didn't communicate that it started. Ooh. Oh yeah, the scorpions with mental core. Is Manticore one of those mythical creatures which is half scorpion, half something else? Or am I thinking of a different character? I feel like there's another character that's half scorpion. Or maybe a third. Correct? I know things! Oh my gosh! It's almost like I've played this game for hundreds of hours. Scorpion and lion mostly. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh wait, is there a whole background name for it? Are they a sarcasm subtype? I don't actually know where the kind of fantastically inspired creatures fall into. Because I'm trying to remember her name. Is it Eunectes who is supposed to be the last of her kind, and then there was another one? Who am I thinking of? No, not Eunectes, the terrifying woman. She's blue and hello, yeah, that's one. Holy heck. Utige being a new, a tiger plus snake plus monkey? That makes a lot more sense. I was always kind of confused by Utige's tail-ear combination. Traditionally, lions with a scorpion tail and sometimes bat wings? Oh, okay. I don't think. Are there any characters that have wings? I feel like this is a silly question, because the berries have lots of feathers. The like wings on the back, wings for suspending yourself in air. I'm trying to remember if Hollow has them. I feel like she might. Oh no, I've got to spell her holy heck. No, she has little wings on her head. That was what I was thinking of. Interesting. I suppose it's the line if they've got to have the real world animals and then the creatures that are part animal but not, and keep enough separation. Okay. Okay, let me get back into my reading shenanigans. A mere 2 years of living in indulgence was all it took for me to lose the skills I had picked up with ease. I'm disappointed both the directors and the fans. I never realized just how many unending waves of new talent were looking up to me. I had never realized what position in entertainment Marianne had fought so hard to defend actually meant. I thought I could afford to be like her, enjoy the double delights of cinema and life. I thought there'd be no harm in having a little fun, after all this chasing and competing. It was only then that I finally realized Marianne Blake was truly an infuriating genius in every sense of the term. With her final film, and that chance catastrophe, Marianne received a revelation to retire from cinema, and all I could do was sigh. Even unknowable to Mother Nature was on her side. I feel like almost getting hit by a catastrophe normally isn't a signal that nature is looking out for you, but maybe. Oh. I guess the filming of it was good for the product? I don't know. If I got hit by a catastrophe brackets natural disaster and just about survived, I wouldn't take it as Mother Nature being on my side. But now that you're the lead actress again, you've got the chance to win back everyone's trust. I mean, you're even getting to film alongside a catastrophe too. You're right. I spent more than a decade piecing my self-confidence and acting skills back together. I could very well be but a single step away from the top again. Greta's offered to give me the part of Lady Dupont, and couldn't have come at a better time. And now, even her grand ambitions have left me a special little gift. Come to think of it, the lady is a rather fitting role for me. Surely she knows her brother is lying to her. Surely she has doubted her last name once or twice. But no, she unconsciously clings to her glamorous life, refusing to accept the mediocrity of her birth. She prays desperately that she is special, and that she is talented. I wonder what sort of ending will she face amid the storm. Rutherford. Yes? We should watch some horror flicks together. Horror flicks? If you want to climb the way back to the top, you can't limit yourself to copying Miss Blake, right? Like you've always had a pretty different style of acting. We're gonna put together a finale more powerful than the one in Leprechaun Holiday, and Lady Dupont's name will go down in cinema history. Very well then. Also, I'm sure you know what happened between you and Miss Blake better than I do, but I bet she meant it when she said you'd surpass Marion Blake one day. I might still think so, even now. Might be right. The wings no really sang to have theirs, and Baby have them on their heads, and Bibek's dress has them on her hips. Oh yeah, I forgot about Bibek's wings. Almost dying is better than dying doesn't sound like either way. Yeah, that's the look of surviving, but I feel like the look of staying inside and missing the bad weather is greater. Maybe this is just my overly cautious homebodying nature. You... Oh, he is next. Okay, this script really isn't getting finished. This is a bad time to procrastinate, Mr. Stephen. Are you real? Or just a figment of my imagination? Am I really being visited by the god of inspiration? Don't tell me I've gone crazy for working on the script. Oh, you are going to have an unpleasant time. Madness can transform ink on the page into sweet fruit, or allow a stiff mind to wander freely across the wilderness of time and space. You cower in the corner of a dark room, forced to chase a deadline even after witnessing a string of brutal murders. Yet, for all your soul-searching and brain-racking, you've come up with only 3 endings for Lady Dupont. Hardly the work of a madman, no? Da da da! I promised Greta I'd have an ending that'd impress everyone by tonight. The only people left are those insane enough to risk their lives for cinema. They're waiting for me. But they bet on the wrong man. The realm of art only accepts natural-born geniuses, not some dried-up piece of so-and-so slaving away at a typewriter. The death of Lady Dupont. You already have the most captivating ending for this story, just from its title. While the shocking brilliance of her death will certainly fade after the film is copied reel after reel. But Frankfurt, after all, is a factory hawking such fantasies all across terror, is it not? You are a nation of liars, fooling even yourselves. Even the Columbia Dream was born from a promotional film from the Pioneer Project, after all. Just to be clear, I care neither for political metaphors nor realities, only that you have deeply misunderstood the essence of performance. Drama can change lives, but it would never use such a mechanical way. But by setting the death of Lady Dupont as an ending, you show you still possess an intuition for drama. Tuition? No. When I was a student, I hated dragging death into the stories I wrote. I thought of it as a cheap trick, only good for plugging up holes in the plot. Or squeezing the right emotions out of the audience. I don't know why I paused so long there, my brain is going to soup. Okay. Actually, talented writers could give a film a proper climax without her. Changed you? A shocking memory? Or perhaps some phantom pain you cannot recall? I had the same problem 5 years ago when I was working with Greta on another project. She didn't mince words. She told me that the back half of the script was too dull, and the audiences would be falling asleep if I didn't change it. It'd be a bomb at the box office. I showed myself in my office just like I do now, pushing my mind to the brink of collapse but getting nothing out of it. And then Lala fell and died. An opportunity straight from heaven. The perfect plot device. Just as Greta expected, the rest of the film was panned by critics, but that scene alone of the night became a sensation, to the point that doubted to see death as more than a cheap trick, rather as the most sincere form of expression, brimming with artistry. Yeah. Oh? Da. I'm having technical difficulties. Is my stream still online okay? Uh-oh, what's going on here? Sorry, I just got a random pop-up in the Twitch menu asking me if I wanted to opt into a new feature. And then it, like... Okay, let's hope it's fine. I think I'm still live. Oh, hi Carl! How you doing? You're alive to scuff. Here's both human and cutters. Strange things are happening on Terra. You can't ask operators how many ears they have, you can't ask them what's going on with the Pope, you can't ask them what's up north, you can't ask them what's in the sea. There'll be problems everywhere. It's fine for me? Okay, Bill. Thank you, Nikki and Lil. Scuff as always? No, I'm very proficient. There's never scuff. Magnet's frozen? Oh, I don't think it is. I think I've just not moved it in a little bit because it's visual novel, so it looks still most of the time. Unless is the audio booked as well? Anymore? Wait, are there connection issues? I'm confused. It looks like it's okay on my end now. Are we? Oh, we hit the pause button. Okay, Bill. I was confused for a second. I'm glad it's all coming through okay. So, I'm gonna have a big hydrate to alleviate the stress of the technology. I'm even drinking the beverage that's mostly water and isn't caffeine. So you know my voice is bad. Okay. Seeing how you've had the sudden realization, and all that happened on this plate should provide you with nourishment. A death while shooting, a deadly hallucination, bodies hanging from beams. With all this to inspire you, why not write them into your story, and let the drama be performed both on and off screen? Because they're still not good enough? Then what about turning away from those who've already exhausted their possibilities? What do you mean? Who else in your story can ignite a spark in Lady Dupont's bosom? Who is distant enough from the grudges and resentments, yet still able to bring about the most drama, as well as the best performances? Messenger? It's a messenger who brought the bad news. He is the very trigger for Lady Dupont's new fate. Vengeance or repentance, Lady Dupont has a new choice to make, and at the same time, the messenger must contend with the consequences of intervening in another's destiny. That's it. This is the ending I've wanted. Lucian, yes. I'll have Lucian be the star of the final scene. Just to check that I'm not out on a limb, we're all assuming that the circus master cat guy with the acorn stick that I envy is doing all the murders, right? I've been assuming this since like chapter 2, but I don't know if I'm out on a limb. What a nice guy to help the writer out. Oh, the chill guy. Such a friendly fellow. Oh, hi, Comatonics. How you doing? Technology is so confusing all the time. Yeah, I swear, it's ridiculous. Honestly, I wish that you could just opt into Twitch not adding new features, because they're so inconsistently implemented and there's never any documentation, and grumble, grumble, grumble. Someone like him would never kill people, yeah, he's just a normal theatre actor? Didn't we see a flashback earlier where he talked about how his troupe slaughtered a village? Oh, was that in a play? Was that not a violent crime? It was just part of the show, right? I must have misunderstood. How could a guy with such a cool stick be evil? You want me to become the lead actor? That's right. I can't say I understand you, but I have a feeling that even if I hadn't approached you, you would have come to me anyway. It was just a prank. Oh, just a prank. I did wonder. I thought it might be too random, but part of me wondered if, you know, the girl they encountered in the village, does that tie in, and was that lava, or is that too much of a coinky dink? I know Arknights loves bringing back characters from earlier points, but that would tie into why the circus is invested in this event and the death that happened 5 years ago. Oh wait, stream watch streak, heck yeah! You be yapping. I feel, since I've not had a schedule for a month now with being on semi-hiatus, I feel kind of bad because it's really difficult to keep up the streaks, but I'm really glad that it's finally a feature on Steam. It's been in the closed beta for about a year now for Twitch partners, and I've been really excited for when it gets sold out. I think it's such a fun thing. You have the most potential of any actor I've ever seen. Messenger doesn't have much screen time, but your performance added a complex and delicate aura to the role that was ordinary and nothing burger. My ability to read that sentence failed, but I'm just gonna move past it and ignore it. I'm sure that whatever your goal is here, you won't be leaving before the shoot ends. If so, why would you not do me a favor and help me out with this? I'll give you time to think it over, of course. So far, it's just a thought I had, and I haven't even spoken to Stephen yet. He promised me the finished script by tonight, but honestly, I'm not optimistic. Only that god of his knocked on his door. I see. Changing the focus to the messenger really was the only way to steer the plot. Total brilliance. I can already imagine the shock on everyone's faces when they read the new ending. Well, once I'm done with her. But I see you've added a lot of direction notes for his lines. Most of them are quite detailed. While you were giving me advice on my writing just now, you mentioned the quirks of Lucian's performances and where he likes to put pauses in dialogue. Even told me which angle suits him best for close-ups to capture his most subtle expressions, and what kind of lighting best highlights his unique character. It's like you've known him for a long, long time. Maybe even taught him. So, how did you know all these things about Lucian? Don't ask him that. This might lead to your murder. Da, da, da. Okay, I'm eating noodles. The murder can continue after I've had carbohydrates. And now this is an outfit I'm very jealous of. Look at the sleeves! I feel very positively about these. I love when sleeves have volume, but then layering a cardigan or coat on top is so very difficult. I think it's a sign in life I need to earn more capes, but I love sleeves like this. Especially if you have a shirt with a lot of volume and then a tunic over the top, it's very cool and good. Big fan, big fan. Okay. This is not the new NPC, by the way. I like the design too. Oh, which event were they from before? I don't remember seeing them before. Wow, wait, no, let me remember to mute before I cough. Sorry. Oh, they're from on the IS2 endings? I finished all of them. Why can't I remember them? Maybe I need to replay some of IS2. It's been a while. You called for me, Trip Leader? Come with me, playwright. The final act is underway, and as always, the entirety of the audience is enraptured by the performance on stage. It's rare for White Flower to return to the stage. Will you not toast to her once the performance is over? Da da da. What of Blood Diamond and Abyss? They're merely supporting roles this time. All their scenes have already concluded. The letting stage mechanism has spread the blood in the magician's assistant, and chosen the lucky audience member all over the stage. The corpses have been stuffed into prop boxes and set afloat on the river to disappear forevermore? I don't know what I expected, but okay. I thought this was some kind of shenanigan if they get everyone enraptured in the story, and then shenanigan they get killed in some kind of magic ritual, but they're just chopping up audience members to use them as props. That's so... Ooh. Okay. The rotten stage just reminded me of the ocean's floor spread mechanic, and I got stressed. But I'm just gonna move past this ominousness. The magician herself completes her final show as she treats us on the stage yet slick with blood. Blood Diamond and Abyss should have chiseled their way out of the boxes by now, and be back on their way to the stage for the curtain call, alongside White Flower and the magician. Should they now? And here I was, thinking these two children have turned performance into reality, disappearing forevermore? As I recall, this is a new scene you added half a year ago, while revising the script. During a night you claimed to have a revelation. Leader. Come with me, playwright. The show is far from over. So they weren't audience members, they were the actors, but they did get killed in it? My favourite leading man. He once left me, but in the end, we shall be reunited. Ominous! Everyone's ominous! Ending 4. The boss word game mode? And the boss wish game mode. Oh, I haven't tried that one yet. I'm not sure if I'm going to get the chance to. I've been so busy recently. I spent all of my afternoon in back-to-back meetings where I was actually coding in the meetings, not just planning things, and so I feel like my brain is a bit frazzled. I'm gonna be honest, I thought I'd done more than one chapter. Okay, let's lock in. We've got 6, 7, and 8 to do. Oh. The pink boy doesn't fully show up in IS2, but his fancy sleeve does? Wait, I'm bamboozled. I thought when we were talking about the character already being in IS2, we were talking about the playwright, not the troop leader. Little Neil, I feel you so strong. I'm learning a new programming language, and it is melting my mind, but I'm making progress. It feels like slow progress at times, but I'm spotting more things intuitively than I was a few weeks ago, so I'm getting there. It just doesn't leave me with any brain cells spare left at the end of the day, and there wasn't very many to begin with. So, apologies if I'm stumbling over my words more than usual. Oh! A petite salad grips around in the darkness as she traverses the pitch-black plate layer. You see how it is. The structured system looks complex, but once you figure out the theory behind it, even a prop maker can operate it. For example, here, adjust its direction first. Set in time, pull down the lever, open the gate, and... done! Good, just like I thought. This way I'll have nothing to worry about, even if something unexpected happens. This is feeling like awful foreshadowing. Please don't harm Moira, Arknight. Hypergraph, please. You've done enough damage to me, personally. Be nice to Moira. I gave you money. I bought the maid outfit. Be nice to the little rodent. Now there's just one last thing to do. I need to go find her. Tippy, right? I'm sure you have reservations, Lucian. The plate's in crisis, and everybody's in danger. I wouldn't trust a cold-hearted producer who's demanding the shoot to go on either. Do not need to trust each other. You're not alone. In my 20 years in Rankwood, I've never trusted a single person I've worked with. I trust my own judgment. I invited Melanie right when she needed an opportunity. I saw right away at the auction that you were an acting genius. And I sure Arno would join the crew, even though he hates my guts. I even still believe that Lala's death 5 years ago was the only way to save that movie. It had nothing to do with the accident, but you still made use of her death. She was a talented rookie, eager, hardworking, full of passion for cinema. It's just that sometimes the enthusiasm got to her head, made her break a few rules. Wow. I'm gonna have a quick drink. My voice is croaky. Mouse frog hybrid. You know, frogs croak, right? Or is that an urban legend? No, I've definitely heard frogs croak. No, no. They don't go ribbit, but they croak, for sure. Okay. My goodness, I'm doing such a bad job of muting before coughing today. Stephen was still green back then, and the shoot wasn't going as planned. Halfway through the project, I knew the film would burn through all my assets and leave my reputation in tatters. I needed an external factor to help me solve the crisis. Lala's death. In the media to hype up the accident would be too unpredictable. Those busybodies would just sigh and forget about about it the moment they moved on. So I used a lot of money to squash the police investigation and media attention, along with a healthy amount of hush money to Lala's family. Got the editor to keep the footage of the fall that Amber captured on camera, and turned it into the climax of the film. And now, There are some people who still think she was just an acting genius who retired early. Covered up her death. I immortalized her in film. Dubious? That is an interpretation of astounding logic. It's like cheetahs chirping like birds instead of meowing. Cheetahs are really cute. The way they make the little like yip sounds. I don't know. I quite like it. It's not very intimidating, so maybe they would be displeased with my perception of it, but I'm trying to think. How big are cheetahs to scale? I mean, they're pretty scary, but if they were standing on their four legs, would they be taller than me? I don't think so. Someone will eventually notice what you did. Every year, on the day of her sacrifice, I go visit her. 5 years, and I'm the only one who brings flowers to her grave. Do you not feel guilt? They're to blame for it, but now's not the time for repentance. Right now, there's only one thing on my mind: finishing this film. Once the death of Lady Dupont is screening, the murders on set are bound to get media's attention. I'll take the chance to officially release the truth behind Laura's death. When the time comes, there'll be more people grieving for her, and that's when I'll bear the blame. I hope you realize that I didn't confess all this to you on a whim. I want to use the truth to make a deal. When I first met you, I thought it was fate throwing me a bone, dropping a big present on my lap before shooting started. But it was your behavior after you joined the crew that proved to me you are no ordinary man. Dalton died right in front of you, but you kept your cool. You even looked forward to future filming. After you discovered my plans to film a catastrophe, you took the perfect opportunity to leak those plans to create a camera assistant most likely to spill them. And now, with the crew officially dismissed, almost everyone is feeling desperate, except you. You are waiting in your room for me to visit, as if you're no stranger to sudden death and tragedy. Who are you, exactly? And why did you agree to join this film crew? I was enticed by your script, no more, no less. That sounds like a fib. Sure. The way things are now, interrogating you about your history isn't going to help my shoot, but I was hoping you would repay my honesty in kind. I still believe in my vision, Lucian. No matter what I find out about you, no matter how suspicious, I will never withdraw my invitation for you to be the male lead. Bold thing to say when there's a murderer on board. But if you really can't explain why you're here, if you've got your sights on something way over my head, if you think Laura's death and everything it's caused 5 years ago down the line are the real story being filmed on this plate, and you're here for that, then I, Greta Stone, would like to invite you again. Please be our next leading man, Lucian. If that is your wish, then it's mine as well, Madam Stone. Greta sent out compensation to everyone and officially disbanded the crew. Whether you're scared of the killer, worried about the catastrophe, or want to stay and finish the shoot, we're all free to do as we please. Finish the shoot? Greta is still thinking about her movie right now? She must have noticed the connection between the murder of the crew and on the one 5 years ago. She's doing it on purpose. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn, and I don't see why you should either. Or, as Greta said, you can leave the truth to whoever feels like playing detective. The truth? The cast and crew both mercenary bully newcomers that produce even massaged a tragic and fatal fall into a scene that straddles the line between truth and a lie. If you will not repent for what happened 5 years ago, nor make your deeds known to the public, Do you believe yourself innocent, Greta? Have you forgotten how you edited Lara into your film? Also, she could die over and over again with every showing. Must pay the price. The zoom in is scary. Arknights never does effects on their backgrounds. Okay. Da da da. Bulge on the bed is faintly outlined by the dim light. The person beneath the blanket is fast asleep, ignorant of the judgment about to fall upon her. Fast asleep? The desecrator of the dead, forgetter of sins, ignorer of warnings. How could Greta sleep so soundly? Riley creeps closer to the bed, pulling a razor-sharp dagger out of the sleeve. Slender fingers grip its hilt tightly, lifting the terrifying weapon high into the air. I don't even want to hear your confession. I don't even want to hear your screams. Just go away already. You must pay. Never mind, this doesn't sound like the truth, man. I'm assuming this is gonna be a pillow or Miss Christine doing elemental shenanigans. Feeling it's not right. My brain's so big. The blanket is lifted up. There's nobody under it, aside from a black shadow. A shadow? How can a shadow exist on its own? The intruder steps back a bit, as the shadow slowly condenses into a familiar shape. A delightful and mysterious creature. Miss Christine? A trap. Ta-da! We finally meet. I welcome you, my elusive guest. Really? You? Okay, it makes complete sense, it's the sister, but this game is not doing this to me again. This already happened in the Angel events. Why is it happening here as well? Moira! Oh, I'm displeased about this development. To annoy you? To upset me personally? Da 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 da. Moira, the most dedicated member of the crew, is actually a 3-time murderer. It should have been 4. When did you find out, Lucian? First notice your abnormal behavior was Miss Christine, not me. In the very first scene after I joined the cast, she intruded upon the shoot. She rarely approaches anyone other than me, but she approached you. Then, she has made contact with you many times. Creepy believes she decided to accompany you as you watch movies in the pop room because she likes the both of you. That is only half correct. Miss Christine was only ever interested in you. Look, even now, even as you hold the dreadful dagger, she still stands by your side. Ridiculous. Don't tell me that's your only reason to suspect me, just because this mysterious creature is fond of me? Or maybe she only does what you tell her to. She's your pet after all. Oh, you're gonna get bitten for that, I think. Moira looks into Miss Christine's deep blue eyes. Very next moment, she no longer has conscious control over herself. Joy, sorrow, anger, all sorts of emotions boil through her heart, but finally setting back into a blank void, one that terrifies anyone looking upon it. Continue to misunderstand her. I explained before, None may interfere with her intentions and actions. I do not mean that she is free-spirited by nature, but rather nobody has the ability to interfere with her. It is she who possesses the ability to influence others. The mysterious black creature nonchalantly licks her paws. Myra finds it difficult to reconcile the Miss Christine she sees now with the enormous pressure she felt earlier. Miss Christine is extremely sensitive towards emotions. No careful, blurred pain or flicker of malice escapes her notice. Over countless years, she has wandered across all of terror, tasting the entire spectrum of feelings. Rather than any particular flavor, she prefers a blend. And her judgment is derived from instinct rather than logic. It does not err. Solving a murder without even discovering a motive? Should I congratulate you? Vengeance. For who? A ghost entangled in the minds of the majority of the crew. Madam Stone, the one who stands before you now is a relative of the rookie actress Laura, who fell to her death those 5 years ago. One who loved her dearly, her little sister. So once again, my favorite NPC is not going to have a good time. Oh hi Cliff, you have arrived at tragedy, but I hope your day's been going well. This might be an irresponsible way to do it. I feel like this person's gonna beat up Scavenger without the light. Or maybe not. Can I not deploy on that tile? Oh, there's already an explosive there. I should do one facing that way. It would be best for that. I have yet to make a plan, TM, on how to use the lights. This one... It's kind of awkward, but I reckon you have to put someone here facing down. But I don't know how much use I'm going to get out of click there. Oh, you're new? Nimble mannequin? Can't be blocked. I hate can't be blocked as a key word. Oh! Okay. Feeling a smidgen subpar about this person's arrival. You sure know how to pick 'em? I'm a bit worried by the fact that you own a crossbow? Internet antenna. Technology. All of it's concerning. I'm gonna wait until you get one tile further and then activate that. I've got no other plan than this. I don't really know how tanky you are. I think the answer is not very at all under the lights, but I also fumbled a little bit and should have put Ashlock back here. But time has passed and so I simply deal with this. Stop putting lights down! The amount of times your fave doesn't suffer is slim. Papyrus had the best time. She only fainted because of the moving mummy. I Actually, yeah, Papyrus has had the best time out of my favourites, I think. Everyone was nice to Potlid, which is just a fragment of the wondrous thing she deserves. But the other surrounding factors were a little bit more grim. I'm gonna put Lutendada here and just not think about the slaying. Almost there. Are there two mannequins here? I think that might be from the way the graphics are stuttering. Yeah, okay. Last one to go. I love how Contrail has like leg... What is it, like recoil? From firing the weapon, how she scoots backwards a little bit and her legs kick up. It's very cute. I need to stop picking favorite characters. It's bad for me. I just get hurt. Are they gonna be mean to No? I mean, they were kind of mean to Hoshiguma. They dropped a building on her. She held the building up, which is another reason why she's so cool and tough and strong. But they did drop a building on her. At least no one can harm Miss Christine. Her biggest concern is missing nap time. Well, if everyone else is having a bad time, she better at least get her naps in. Someone's gotta be happy. The only happy Arknight's character in all of Terror, Miss Christine. Maybe someone in Kiag? Kiag is a chill place. Question mark, mostly. Okay, dot. So, out of all the choices Miss Stone gave us after disbanding the crew, you chose to play Detective, Lucian. No need to bluff. I know you're not afraid of me exposing you. It would let more people know the truth behind Laura's death, and the conduct of the film crew. You would gladly expose yourself, given the right opportunity. But now I know. Clever, Moira. You hid yourself well. A simple identity and innocent face were the ideal cover for you. Tippy's gonna be so sad! During nearly all the murders, you were with Tippy. The painter trusts you deeply, and was always happy to provide you an alibi, even though you left your meetings partway through. Looking back, every accident has evolved you in some way. Dalton's death was caused by a pub knife being switched, which led to the former pubmaster being dismissed. You naturally took over his work, which afforded you even greater opportunities for crime. As for the second accident, when Shelley walked into cold storage. No, she had intended to kill her before that, but failed. Do you remember how Shelley had her hallucination and interrupted the shoot, Madam Stone? While she was rooted in place, unable to move, a heavy container fell from above. You saved her. Moira single-handedly held onto the rope, preventing the two of you from being harmed. But it was not out of the kindness of her heart. At the time, everyone was focused on Shelley's antics, and very few people noticed the dangling container, let alone rushed to the other end of the rope. Wait, only the one who tampered with the rope in the first place could have reacted that quickly. The failed attempt revealed to all that Shelley suffered from hallucinations, which you took advantage of. I knew her deepest nightmares. She took me for my sister Laura and babbled all her sinful secrets to me. But even to the very end, she never repented. Instead, she began to blame Llama for crossing the line. She had to die. For Marianne and Michael? Michael only ever treated me as an innocent little errand girl. He never figured out that I was after his life, even after entrusting me with the important matter of sneaking off the plate. And Marion, she never felt the slightest guilt for what happened 5 years ago. She had to die. Escape? Nobody can escape. Do you know just how much the suffering and malice my sister had to endure? Yet all she ever talked about was how much experience she was getting, and how happy she was to be part of the cast. Whenever I was worried I would make it as a prop maker, whenever I silently shed tears as the crew ostracized me, she would use herself as an example to comfort me, to encourage me. But it was only after she died I learned what experience you gave her really was. How dare you look at me like that, Greta? Are you doubting what I just said? Surely you haven't forgotten how you bribed the police and media and suppressed the news of Laura's death? You even turned the accident into the mockery of a truth movie. How could you possibly rest in peace after that? No, Moira. Madame Stone has not forgotten her deeds, but rather, she's doubting your identity? My identity? A pop maker, an unremarkable Zalek, an avenger of crimes unanswered. Laura had no younger sister? She was never part of your life. What are you saying? What kind of interrogation is this? 5 years ago, after the accident, I gave Laura's family compensation. I even hired people to scour her entire family history and their circumstances, also I could guarantee none of them would leak the truth, not even her most distant relatives. After Lucian told me the truth he had deduced, I was still in disbelief, so I pulled out the list of Laura's family and relatives so I could check it again. I regret to inform you, there was no Moira on that list. You're lying! I can explain everything that has happened to you, but you'll need time to accept it. Put down the dagger, Moira. It should not be yours. Interesting. So is this the troupe telling stories via Moira? Is that the thingamabob? Da 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 da. Put it down? It's far too late for that. What was that? Da 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 da. Dramatic occurrence. The catastrophe's hit the plate, hasn't it? This is a nice corridor. I do not have very good priorities, do I? I just love background design and storytelling. With a sudden earthquake, somebody save me! Did the plate hit something? If I'd known this was coming, I'd have skedaddled out of this place already. What the hell is going on here? Three members stream out of their rooms into the crowded corridor, none with the slightest idea of what's happening. Lucian's shadow passes by, a bevy of curses, complaints, and laments, prayers before arriving at the end of the corridor. He looks out of the window. Da da da! Hey guys, doesn't it feel like the plate is speeding up? Has someone put the plate into 5th gear? Dot dot dot. Moira locks the door. She doesn't know if the man named Lucian will catch up to her, or how long it would take. The room shakes violently, letting her know that the sabotage she performed had taken effect. The whole plate? The cockpit is destroyed, the engine's output is locked to its highest setting, and its route is set. The studio plate speeds up as it approaches a nearby catastrophe and shows no signs of stopping. In a few hours, they will find themselves with the misfortune of facing a storm. No, a trial. The vast majority of this cast and crew had to answer for the accident 5 years ago. For the death of her sister. I'm gonna feel so bad for Moira when it gets revealed that her memories of her sister is a story that has been told to her and she has believed via the circus troupe shenanigans, and now she's a murderer. It's gonna be a real moment of character development for her. Oh no. Laura had no younger sister. She was never part of your life. Da da da. What was he talking about? Myra mumbles to herself incessantly. She sifts through the pile of junk in the top room and finds an old VCR. She sets it up and pulls out a videotape from one of her inner pockets. A videotape she has watched countless times. She presses down on the play button. They do look similar. Now of one young woman appears on the screen. Laura, my sister, you're real. Tell me you're real. I know whenever you laughed, there was a dimple on only your left cheek. You had big eyes with light green irises that was always so gentle when you looked at me. You could peel an entire apple without breaking its skin in 30 seconds. Whenever you were happy, you'd whistle a big strong whoot. I can't whistle, I'm sorry, I let the momentum down. You'd use arts to make small ice crystals to use as hair clips. You told me about your life in Rankwood. Wait, does that mean she's infected? I know not all arts casters are infected, but it's like a strong correlation, right? Tell me about your life in Rankwood, and how your very first role got edited down to only 3 seconds of screen time in the final cut. You told me about how much you struggled just to get a few more scenes, while a few so-and-sos talked about you behind your back. Most of the crew still looked after you. You told me how even though you came from a small town, where you couldn't even buy a VCR, even though you had to learn a lot of things from scratch, even though opportunities that are easy for others are hard to reach for us, you still shouldn't be discouraged. You never mentioned how much bullying you had to suffer, though how much pain you endured. You would go on and on about how beautiful the sunrise in Rankwood was, looking towards the future with such firm eyes. You also had times when you were sad, even though you only ever mentioned how homesick you felt at night. When all was quiet, the only ones kept you company were the twin moons in the low sky. You told me how alike we were, and how you had my back and would support me forever. Ever since we were little. Maya suddenly stops. She shakes her head, like mad, trying to force more details out of her memory. But she can say no more. She finds her memories of Laura have an unusually distinct cut-off point. They had never run through the grass together hand in hand. They had never fallen asleep in each other's arms as the parents sang to them. As she twirls further back through her memories, every image to do with her sister is simply blank. Oh! Holy moly! Who says you can't get jump scared by a visual novel? The video ends. The television screen goes dark. Moira sees her own face reflected in it. Tears stream down her cheek. Part of Laura's life. Laura was never a part of yours. But if that's really true, what did you even have left, Moira? Who are you? First the serial murders, now this morning's mysterious explosion? What the hell is going on here? The wind's so strong. Oh wait, according to the schedule, today's the day we're filming the catastrophe. Skeleton stands in the street of the exterior set. Thanks to the nearby storm, the once colourful background walls are covered in a layer of dust. She never expected to experience so many twists and turns after joining the film crew. She never thought about making movies. As for actually being in one, she can't stand the idea of it. That's the catastrophe Miss Stone wanted to film. Earlier, the catastrophe everyone was making such a fuss about had simply been a faint grey dot in the wastes. Now, it condensed into a storm that blots out the sky, a storm that refuses to allow onlookers to tear their gaze away from it. Small-scale spirals of wind formed from the original dust circle around the plate, visible to the naked eye. I gotta say, it really is a spectacular sight. If you saw a scene like this in a movie theatre... Please, Terra, bless us. I've had such bad luck. Please just let us finish filming safely. No, who cares about the shoot? A safe return to Rankwood is good enough for me. Please. The plate responds to Houghton's prayers with an even more unusual than earlier sound and shaking. Maybe Houghton needs to stay quiet for a little bit. Whoa, what the Hitchcock was that? Houghton has wondered many times before, if she was actually in the middle of a catastrophe, what would she hear? The howling of wind, the roaring of explosions, the shrieking of panicked crowd? Turned out it's none of those. It's the sound of walls and metal structures being squashed as flat as an empty can, one after the other. It is a sound that instills extreme terror in oh so fragile humans who begin to worry their organs, bones, and blood vessels will suffer a similar fate. Turbulent sky licks against the edge of the plate, tearing sets once third and classic movies to shreds with the wind before flinging them out into the wasteland. Houghton moves aside the scaffolding that had fallen on her, but finds her legs too weak to muster the strength to move. She looks at the devastation in a daze, barely able to believe her eyes. My God, how did we get so close to the catastrophe? For the record, she was my second favorite NPC in this event, so it's really not going well for me at all. Let's keep going, this is tense, I want to find out what happens. Okay. Hi, Ducky. I'm not a cat. But I hope you're still doing well. Maybe, have you considered reading a book about the mice and the difference? I'm trying to think what would be a good book on the difference between cats and mice. There's gotta be resources out there. It seems to be an uncommonly high point of confusion that's happening here. You just made a cat noise, that wasn't a cat noise, that was just autism. It's just VTuber sounds. You also meow? I also say potato, it doesn't make me a potato. Don't ask me about the logic behind that. Vegetables are like Pokemon? How's your day been going? I hope it's been going well. Potato. See? Potato. What the? This is Cletus' plan for the shoot? The original storm's right in our faces. What are we, some sort of suicide squad? Potato. No way. This has to be the killer's doing, right? Didn't you hear the explosion earlier? Someone blew up the plate's cockpit. There's no way we could slow down the plate or change directions now. Right now, we're only barely in contact with the storm, but once we hit its core, they're not gonna find even a single prick from this plate. Alright, enough. So who on Terra was it? If revenge wasn't enough for them, so now they're gonna take out the rest of us too? It's been good, and you? I'm doing okay. It's been a little bit busy for me this week. I prefer to be a little bit more, have a bit more free time, but it's been nice to do some more streaming again after I've been on a little break, so that's been good, that's been good. I know a book about cats? Oh, which one? This is just making me think of the Broadway cats. I haven't seen the film. I have heard interesting things about it. Okay. Voice over the wireless? The murder is Moira over the prop team. What? Who's talking? I said, the killer responsible for the 3 murders is Moira. Moira? You're kidding me. The unremarkable Zalek? Why you gotta be so focused in on the Zalek part, hey? Miss Stone caught her red-handed. If Lucian weren't there, she would have become the next victim. So where's the little one now? I'll go find her myself. And what's the point of confronting a psycho killer when you can't even save yourself? She owes us an explanation. What if she gets innocents killed? You think I haven't thought of that? I already switched the wireless comms to broadcast mode to ensure I survived this. I'm sure everyone outside the plate has heard the truth by now. Killer's trapped like a rat. Quite fun use of Zalek context there. I have to live. I have to. Once I get back to Central Langwood, all the bombshells I've collected the past few days will be enough to buy me a villa and siesta. Broski does not have his priorities straight. Heck, the plate's tilting towards the storm again. Right, the lamboats. We can use them to escape. They're gone. What? I went over to the emergency escape cabin earlier, when they were already wrecked by the storm. Every last one of them. There's no way out for us now. If I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take the chance and jump off the plate. Cut that out. Just move, anywhere safer than the film set. Let's go hide underground in the engine layer. There are truly so many things to learn from set design of a horror film. Thank you, Tippy. No problem. I have to get back and start making the visualizations and most of the visual effects first, then I'll finalize the details after Director Quay is around and done with the script. Okay, promised. I'm gonna design you a finale that a lady DuPont in cinema history. Using noises. Wait, I'm looking towards her. Why was the killer? You mean the tiny, lame, stupid 1 hour later Zalek? Yeah, that'd be really mean. Admittedly, she murdered people, but like, she was a sweetheart. Why would anyone have disliked her prior to finding out about the murders? Wait, how long have we been talking about this? Did Molly ever find a way to escape? I'm gonna be so sad when Tippy finds out. No. Ah! What on now? That's not good. Wait, there's a voice on the comms. Catastrophe. Control cabin destroyed. Why is the signal so bad? It sounds like Alma's assistant. What trouble is he getting into now? The control cabin has been destroyed. The plate is rushing towards the catastrophe. Killer is Moira. Tippy grips the wireless walkie-talkie and turns the volume knob as high as she can, but it stays silent. She must have misheard, she thinks. But if so, why is Miss Rutherford looking at her with such a sullen expression? No. There's no way. Tippy, I can't imagine anyone would joke about that in these circumstances. But when would she even have had the opportunity? The night when Shelley, Michael, and Marion died, she was watching movies with me the whole time. There wasn't. This expression makes me sad. This expression makes me want to try and watch a horror movie just so Tippy can be happy again. Was there really no opportunity? Tippy doubts her own mind. Was not really right next to her the whole time during the movie nights? Such multiple movies back to back, so sometimes she'd leave when I was switching out the tape. Sometimes she'd say Miss Stone was looking for her, sometimes it was to pick up something she forgot on a film set. I'm sure you know what she's like, Mom. She's still new to being the podmaster and under like a ton of pressure, but she's super committed to her work. Darling. No, that's the only explanation how she could have done it. It doesn't prove that she did. And motive, why would she kill all these people she had nothing to do with? Why didn't I know anything? Darling, maybe you didn't know your friend as well as you thought you did. Here I was happily on Monday saying, this is one of the first cute happy scenes we've seen in so long. I was tempted to curse it and be like, oh my gosh, this is so cheerful. It reminds me of Tallulah and her girlfriend before the plot happened. But no, no. Let's just focus on the movie. So stop looking away from the screen. Hi, there's just been so much going on with the film crew lately. I'm a little nervous. Don't worry, I'm here for you, girl. No matter who I am, one thing's for sure. I'm your best friend on this crew. Or maybe she never ever thought of me as a friend. Maybe she was just using me. Baby girl's head sinks. Speaks no more. Melanie hugs the little baby in front of her. The girl was consoling her just hours ago is now crying on her shoulder. Melanie pats her back. She asks no questions, nor does she say anything about the price of growing up. She only hugs her. Just leave this place first, Tippy. The convoluted structure here will only put us in danger if this place gets too close to the catastrophe core. We'd be safer underground, the two may be futile. We may be safe underground, though. That too may be futile if the plate doesn't change directions. The ground? Over Melanie's shoulder, Tippy spots some of the material they salvaged from the horror film earlier. Underground. The word circles around in her brain. Wait, I got it! What? You've recovered your pep already? Well, I figured out how to change the plate's trajectory. There was once a crew that snuck into another Wanquid plate to film secretly to save on rental costs, and they ended up in a super cool, scary movie. I rewatched it recently, but that plate and the one we're standing on both came from the same batch made by Wanquid. So basically, the specs should all be pretty much the same. If my hunch is right, there should be another control cabin at the bottom of the engine layer. What are our odds of making it there? To be honest, no idea. But never tell me the odds, I gotta try. Slightly reckless burb. There's no point in mulling over, I can't answer my own. Anyway, we're at the crisis. Will I be able to get the truth from her? The lesson is to distrust everyone, because they might be out for a blood feud against your entire family. Oh dear. Ba ba ba. Cheerful whistling at a time like this? So this is why you were, Lucian. Dot dot dot. That was my sister's favourite song. On breaks between shooting, she'd often look to the sky and hum the tune. I thought you'd already woken up. did. Thanks to you. You showed me the truth I was blind to, and how cruel they truly were. Then, what are you doing now? A rumbling comes from beneath the feet. The languid place rushes towards a catastrophe as the crew panics. No one would think to enter the prop room now, when they should be escaping. It is this very moment that the prop master gets to work. She goes around the room, fiddling with one mannequin after the other, dressing them in clothes, correcting their posture. Her earnest focus is fully on them. I only just remembered how I recognized Lara. Oh heck, thank you for the 25 pixel and the little corgis? Woof. I never woof. What noises do corgis make? Are they one of the dogs that like make little yipping noises, or do they bark? Pets aren't like banned from the library, it's just very difficult for people to get here. They've kind of got to clamber a little bit, so... Thank you for the 25 bits though, I really appreciate it. Shall go towards more books in the library. Wait, maybe that'll... Yeah, exciting. I need more books. I'm so excited for post-Christmas sales, because I get most of my books second-hand or discounted. And oftentimes for Christmas, a lot of smaller bookstores get in lots of like Penguin classics, etc. And so you can get really nice printings of classics, although I tend to prefer what's the name of it? It's not either the Penguin series, it's one of the other publishing houses. They do really nice versions of classics that have essay introductions that are really fun to read. I forgot the name of the publishing house for them, but I think I've decided, after much umming and ahhing, that they're my favourite versions of classic printings, I think. But realistically, if I see a classic that I don't have a copy of for £1 to £2 at a charity shop, then that's the one I get, so... That's how you gotta build up the big bookshelves. I got a new bookshelf recently, it's very exciting. It's already almost full because my other one was double stacked, you know, where you have the books twofold, so you have the books pushed to the very back and then another book in front of it. But we'll get there. I hear you. It's the endless cars. The real one at the moment is my TBR is getting too long. I've got about 12 books stacked up on my nightstand. I can't really use it as a nightstand anymore. I set aside like 5 books I wanted to reread, and they're all pretty big books. And then there was a book set I wanted to read. We'll see. There's some shorter books, so maybe I'll pick them up over Christmas, assuming... Okay. I was gonna say assuming work quiets down, but I didn't think that's gonna be the case. Wow. Remind me to share your library in Discord? Ooh, I'm always excited to see book collections. Physical media, very cool and good. It can be logistically less accessible for lots of people, but if you're in our place, in a position where it's something you can acquire, I think there's a lot of value to it, both in the having entertainment and information that is offline and solely your possession. With the nature of digital assets, often their accessibility is determined by internet access or the supplier's continued willingness to give access to it, even if it's like a digital version you've bought. There's a whole load of kerfuffles with ownership. And then editing of existing digital assets, it's such a kerfuffle. So having a physical copy of something you own that doesn't require like internet authorization to be used or accessed can be really valuable. And I think books are good, and this is another way in which they're good, and woo! Books. Sorry, this is me going on a tangent about data access and lost media, but... Physical media for life? It really does have a value. I feel like with how far some companies are pushing it at the moment, especially Nintendo's the one I see the most about on social media, a broader audience of people who didn't necessarily care historically about the maintenance of physical media are being almost evangelized about it, just because of how sucky companies are being with the ways you can, I would say, maliciously monetize digital media. but my tangent about subscription services will wait for another day. I got angst to you. If you allow me, I guess you met someone. Yes, a very gentle feline. We're gonna see plot. Suffering is gonna happen. The weather was terrible that day. I was sitting on a bench for a long time, and there was water on my face. Probably rain, but maybe tears. The accident was caused by the negligence of the person in charge, but at the end, I was the one who had to pay compensation and was kicked off the crew. I don't know anyone in Rankwood, so I was no stranger to being treated like that. I ran away from home, you know. After my parents died, there was nowhere else to go, so the only thing left for me was death. Then the person sat next to me. Talked the entire time. He only gently waited for me to calm down. When he left, I realized the cassette tape was sitting on my knee. Oh? The man brought Lala into my life at a time when there's only darkness. She became my sister. She protected me, encouraged me, helped me pull myself back together. Lala was already long dead by then. Her background, experiences, and even appearance all resemble yours. The man gave you motivation when you are your lowest, as well as anger, confusion, and a deep-rooted thirst for vengeance. No doubt, there was no better than before. The grief I saw flash through your eyes? Or pity? No, it's not either. More like understanding, sympathy. Did something similar happen to you? Do you know him? Of course. He's an expert at grafting non-existent joy and anger onto your life, much like how an unscriptuous director adds elements as he pleases to a story he deems dull. I suppose you could call it ad-libbing in the film industry. Pulls you out from one pit of despair while guiding you into another, thus inciting the so-called beauty of drama. He is an old acquaintance, my teacher, the source of all my suffering, and a phantom that should be long dead. That's a shenanigan, because his operator name is Phantom, right? I'm not imagining that as a dun dun dun, name of the thing moment. Finding you, finding him, it's the very reason I came here. Dot. Moira, I'm sorry for denying all that you have. No, it's not like that. Moira finishes arranging her last mannequin and turns to the center of the prop room. She does a curtsy in Lucian's direction and lightly taps her fingertips. Lucian then realizes that something has changed and looks over to see that every mannequin has come alive. I don't think you've denied me. In my worst hour, Lala appeared by my side and has accompanied me for a long time now. She is my sister, as I am hers. I don't regret avenging her, but I don't regret still doing all these sins. I also will be the last person in this land to remember her. I cry, I laugh, I rage, I doubt, I hate, I grieve, I yearn. And thus I have them, these intense feelings I would never had otherwise. I am alive. The mannequin begins to move. Lucian recognizes who they were modelled after. The deceased, Dalton, Shelley, Marion, and also Moira herself. Moira stretches out her hand and holds her mannequin's hand one by one as they move past her. No music except the trembling ground accompanies their movements, but the tiny Zalek master seems to have become the most passionate dancer in the land as she embraces her myriad. Strange yet elegant. I should be thanking you, Lucian. You helped me realize it. Whenever there was nothing left of Moira anymore, I felt as if I'd become a mirror, and that I could become anyone. Wake up. Satisfaction born from despair is nothing but poison. I've never been more awake in my entire life. Do you also like to become my dance partner? Just like them. As Moira finishes speaking, her dance partners throw themselves a Lucian. Okay. Scary. It's a cool CG. Yeah, it's a fun one. I really like the dramatic lighting. Very cool. Aha. Uh-oh. Don't know what to do about this, to be honest. If it takes long enough to move through the air, will it eventually stop? Uh-oh. Okay. So the stopping isn't high on the priorities or options list. Honeyberry should be able to out-heal this, right? Oh, that one's gonna trigger randomly. I don't really know how to deal with you. You're quite the problem. Because I imagine you're gonna keep throwing explosives at my Q verdants. Which I'm very displeased by. I'm gonna retreat you at the last moment. I'm gonna leave that to be a Dorothy problem. Oh, the explosives have health! Okay. I think this is the best way. Bit concerned if Dorothy takes any damage because I don't have a way to heal her. Got a feeling that I might want to have Lynn on S1, not S3 here. I wonder, with this being Tippy's event, is this designed for flying blockers as a key element? Wahahaha! Brackets. Boo, you tried to damage Lynn and got beaten up. Okay, I hoped you would walk forwards less before this. Maybe maybe I'm gonna have issues. But maybe it's gonna be fine. You're a smidgen concerning, but I've got infrastructure. Not like swell infrastructure, but there's something there. I'm hoping Click can survive relatively unscathed here. I don't know what's giving me that confidence, but I'm hoping. Oh, that daisy changed. So I'm gonna have more beverage. Ashlock can block, okay, so let me swap over real quick. Oh, you are moving forwards. You probably have a lot of health. That's concerning for me. Uh-oh. Lutendada? Never mind, let's go again. I'm gonna supplement the skill. I really like the combination of the voice acting and the no spaces and Charles voice line. It's really cute. It's such a fun, like, detail. let's swap Lynn's skill round so she's got a continuous uptime thingamabob. I think I should be able to do this without borrowing Flame Tail, but I think I stand by having Scavenger here. But it is a little bit scary to have, how would I explain this? The main phrasings. I can't retreat to a relatively small number of unit limit on this stage. That's the sentence I'm thinking of. I want to get Lynn down early, and I want to have her on the opposite side to Ashlock, and I'm planning to put Ashlock over here because I'll put Lutendada on the other side, and she'll be the one who has the healing Rex. Dorothy will take care of the incoming weapon because she is just cool like that. I'm gonna play less explosives this time to try and have access to more deployment points. This way Lynn is just about in Honeyberry's range. Yes. I'm a bit nervous to do this, but I think between the two it should beat this man up. Yeah! Okay. It's kind of fine if the explosives reach Lynn, because she's so tanky and I've got a heal on her anyway. So... all her voice lines like that girl doesn't take a breath. Aww. I'm realizing that before I said that I wanted to put Lynn on the other side, and then I simply did not listen to myself in practice. So that is the me mistake. Okay, and now I have the deployment points to deploy Lutendada, and we're just gonna try to accommodate for the fact that I've kind of swapped the sides I plan to put things on. Not sure what to do about the ordering for this. Oh, perfect. Luta's skill is up. I need to get Luta's module so I can... I think her module helps recover from elemental damage. Maybe I'm just imagining that. Oh, hi Galactor! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, welcome in! How was your stream? What were you up to? How were the shenanigans? Did you commit any crimes? Did you have a good time? We're currently suffering emotionally with Arknights, but in the meantime we have the strategy interlude from the from the visual novel. If you need to take a break, grab a drink, make sure to take care of yourself. I hope you've had a great day. Thank you for sorting the soft mods. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Where do I put someone to punch this man? There is the answer. And good thanks, no crimes, was Spiritfarer. Oh, interesting. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was fun. Ba, 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 ba. I think I haven't played Spiritfarer before, but I think I picked it up a while back in a Steam sale. Imagine picking up a game in a Steam sale and not playing it. Ah ha 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 ha. Imagine. That could never happen, like, that sounds like a really rare occurrence. Couldn't be me, precisely. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed the game. And thank you for stopping by. Like I said, if you need to take a break, stream be tiring, grab a drink, grab a snack. Make sure to take care of yourself, and I shall look at my babysit the readers. Thank you for trusting me in the community. My ability to form sentences, not top tier at present, but that won't stop me from yapping. You would think that maybe that would make someone take a second to think, but not me. I think this is all fine. This is the last wave. I think I should be able to get 2 explosives down. Maybe only 1 with the timing. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to get the other one down. Okay. I will likely go pee very forcefully. This is one of those moments where I should read messages out loud in my head before saying them, but I was just like, no, it's Toad, do not. This is a raid message. It'll be something sensible that won't be clipped on me on the internet. Okay, yeah, that's good. Important post-stream activity, I suppose. When am I sensible? A good point, actually. Oh dear. Hazard in the mod channel. Oh, Tippy's in danger. Okay. Chill, Tippy, chill. Take deep breaths. Remember how the plot went in the movie. The heroine had her friend pick up a weapon and hide in a storage room to the left while she herself ran the other way. Storage room. Aye, the green matches up. Down we go. It's kind of dark in here. Well, dark is good. There should be a hidden door around this corner. Straight ahead, at the end of the corridor, there should be a backup control cabin. She knew all the mannequins chasing her down the squad where her friends work? How many mannequins are there? The whole squad pointed their fingers at her friend, and she was mad too. Gotta get moving. I thought the mannequins were just attacking Lucian. His hair too luscious, his acting too intuitive. What are you doing here, Tippy? I figured out how to change the plate's trajectory. We can avoid any more casualties, so let me through, ASAP. There's a way out of this? Don't listen to her lies. Isn't she the culprit's best friend? Oh dear. She could have been covering up for her this whole time. How else could we have missed all this happening right in front of our noses, right up until we're about to die? Tries not to think about her friend's betrayal, even though she still has things to say. She ignores the crowds mocking her. They're only attacking her to protect themselves. Wow. It was you, the one I was hiding in the back. First you interrupt the shooting, now you're preventing us from going home. She wants to save everyone, including her friend. She wants answers. Stop her! Don't let her through! Ah! My eyes! Tippy grabs the spray gun from her belt and glares at the fearsome weapon-carrying crew. You leave me no other choice. Are you guys afraid of one girl? Get her! I think they're gonna get beaten up by the burb. Burb on mob violence. The murders, the catastrophe. The film crew was already on edge from having to hide in the engine layer, so the spray painter's behavior only rouses the pent-up anger. Their self-defense weapons scrape the floor as everyone rushes towards Tippy. Her hands trembling. There is no way she can take them all alone. She prays the hover unit on her back will work. Her final trump card. A black creature shows up at the corner of the corridor. Dot dot dot, with a little tongue, little blip. I suppose there must be a lot of emotions to drink in, Miss Christine, but I feel like now might be a good time for action. It is as if the knives drew her hair, but also as if she's merely passing by. No one notices her as they rush by, their heads filled with a sort of extreme emotions. As Christine takes a sniff, and the rushing crowd slows down in her eyes, until they freeze in place. Oh, hi, Dum-Dum. How you doing? Anger, extremely spicy, but without a little sour envy to balance it out, it tastes a bit off. panic, bitter and hard to keep down, but a little dash of sweet comfort will turn it into a nice little dessert. Grief, a salty mix of tears and sighs that brings unnecessary trouble if too much is added, must be carefully paired with other flavors. Pain, the most complex and ever-changing emotion. It used to be my favorite. After meeting Lucian, the pain of ordinary people is almost flavorless to me. Well, there's another one over there. She seems to be the little Zalek's friend. At first I only took notice of the girl who seems so similar to Lucian, the lead actress that man chose for his latest play. Yet I didn't expect your tires to make you even tastier than her. Miss Christine shakes her tails, her eyes moving between the shadows on the ground until they lock on Tippy's silhouette. The lady's twin tails twist into strange shapes, as if the woman is wiping her knife and forks before diving in for a meal. Ominous. Gonna have a quick drink. Shakes tails. Licks paws after a meal. I have to gift you a small reward. The lady glances at the crowd rushing towards the berry. A little exercise to aid digestion after her meal, she thinks. Why am I here? Catastrophe's about to hit us, so we came down here to hide from it, but what's with this wrench in my hand? Thunk! Weapons fall from their hands in succession, as the resulting harsh clangs wake even more from their delirium. They exchange looks of confusion, not knowing they were all holding weapons, though they do know they should leave. Meow. Christine? What are you doing here? How come they're leaving? Are they rushing towards me? I suddenly felt my whole body go cold, and lots of different feelings woke up in me at the same time, like they were fighting. Then a breeze blew by. I heard their weapons drop, and my body thawed out too. Like some kind of irresistible pulse pulled something out of me. I hope Miss Christine isn't eating anything too permanent. That sounds slightly ominous. Christine tilts her head. She taps her tails twice on the floor, successfully attracting the girl's attention, then points in a direction. Right in front of the control cabin. Oh, good morning, Vodka. I hope you've slept well. Welcome, welcome. Cough, cough. This place is older than I thought it would be. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I could probably do with another one. Oh, and manual pets. Technology be failing me today. Thank you. The slightly egregious thing has happened where, because I made a big thermos of it, my cordial has separated, and so it's super cordially at the bottom and basically water at the top. I don't know, it's not really a receptacle that's suited to mixing. I suppose I could move it in a circle and hope that centrifugal force will do a little bit of a vortex thing on above. And that might mix it up. Oh yeah, that was a lot better mixed. Okay, nice. The power of science. Wow, the devices here are all previous gen stuff. But that's good news for us, since they're all sealed off to prevent dust and corrosion. There's no small locks on anything. Even I'd find it pretty tough to learn to hack on the spot. Let me see. The storm's moving faster than the plate, so just reversing is a no-go. Turning is the best way out. But trying to change direction when the plate's already so close to the catastrophe? No, I can't worry about that. Where's the backup navigation system? Here it is. First, open the lock. Great, I'm in. Then she takes a deep breath, and she hopes she remembers the steps right. Pull the lever all the way down. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Bang! I'm not very good at the sound effects. I feel like I need a the soundboard. Tippy is thrown against the wall by a huge force. The entire engine layer shakes with all sorts of strange mechanical noises ringing throughout the tiny space. That was the place's waist jerking around, with every segment of the treads below now trying to respond to the change. The steel giant under her feet is now fighting its own immense and unstoppable inertia by steering sideways, trying to avoid the storm right up ahead. Tippy feels her teeth ache. That's not a good sign. Toothache's one of the worst feelings because if you have pain in another part of your body, it almost feels more tangible, but although unavoidably present in you, there's a disconnection with teeth. You can't kind of put pressure on it to feel better, really. Or, I don't know. Teeth are scary. I just remember my wisdom tooth hurting for ages when they came through. I've got all four. I don't know where the wisdom went, but I've got four of them. Extra teeth. She doesn't know if she'll manage to turn in time, or how long it'll take. All she can do is pray. I feel like there's a lot more discussion and use of religious practices in this event than normal for Arknights. Because normally the only references to religion and the story revolves around the Sancta, or a church in the sense of a cult, strictly speaking, with the ocean, or the notion of the god in Kiag. But even then, this is like, there's been a lot of like what seems like strict references to Catholicism and relating religious practices in this one without any Sancta present, which is a little bit confusing to me. But maybe it's just a Columbia thing that I'm not used to, because the only events I've read said there are space problems events. Okay, even a little shift will do. We have a tiny, tiny chance as long as we don't hit the storm's core. It has to work. It has to work. Oh heck, okay, advertisements have just started, so I'm actually gonna sprint. I'm not gonna sprint. I'm gonna walk at a reasonable pace to the bathroom, and then I might pick up a biscuit as a snack. It's very exciting, but I will be back within the 3 minutes so we can continue with the shenanigans without missing anything in the story. So, we have the little AFK dinners, and I will be right back. Make sure to grab a drink too if you've been here the whole time. 2.5 hours without a drink. You need hydration. Go quiet beverage. I'll be right back. Hello, I have returned. Biscuit, biscuit, biscuit. I may may wait till between the breaks because I think it's going to make a silly crunching sound, but I'm very excited about it. It is a ginger custard cream. Hi AFK Denias. We got a lot of Denias here. I do have some more I should add, but I'm gonna be honest, sometimes I find it a bit difficult to keep track of which art I posted where. I really need to make a database for it. I started doing it, but manually entering it all was quite a kerfuffle. There should be a way to look it up based off the file names and cross-reference to the list of posts I've made, but then Twitter's API is so bad now. We'll see. Okay. I'll find a way. I'll automate it. I really wish I'd started that when I started streaming, keeping track of what I'd posted where. It would make life so easier now, but backdating it all is suffering from success, suffering from being addicted to VGen. No, I've been responsible for a while. I don't know, I used to commission a lot of like little your character here pieces of art, but for the last few months I've tried to wait and commission big pieces of art, like, oh wait, one of them's loaded, like this one I got for my 2-year streaming anniversary. And so, I don't know, I've been, instead of getting the little small your character here ones, I've been trying to get the bigger pieces just because, I don't know, it feels a bit more momentous. Anyway, now the Denu invasion is over, we have Tippy Action Adventure Hero. Ready? Yeah, it was by Izumi. They've done a few. They've done another commission for me, but I don't know if I have that loaded in. I don't think I do. Maybe I can grab it. I have a very functional folder system that I can't change any of the names from because it's linked to in too many places. Wow. Yeah, they did this other piece of art for me, which is the one I use for Olive Book Club. It's really pretty. I love how they layer effects on top of colour to give dimension. It's so incredible. I remember commissioning them for the first time and then being terrified and impressed when they got the piece of work back to me in like 4 days. Every time, it's madness. I don't know how they do it. So good. Big recommend Izumi. If anyone's looking for a commission for art. This is why scrolling through VGen for hours at a time pays off. Okay, it has to work, it has to work. I have to see her one more time. Meow. Miss Christine shakes her tails, jumping in front of the little berry to smell her and the changes in her mood. A brief relief of achieving her goal, along with confusion and pain from a friend's betrayal. But why is there also a hint of suppressed madness? That doesn't bode well. Dot. No, the smell does not belong to the girl. Miss Christine jerks her head up, looking towards a place she cannot see. A companion who has been with her the whole time. Lucian feels sympathy towards the other person, which means he's currently experiencing twice the pain. Miss Christine is somewhat displeased. She cannot help but recall the night where Crimson Troop was destroyed, as Lucian sang under the name Blood Diamond. It is no good omen. Aww. How are you so calm, Lucian? Are you disappointed? Unmoved by what I've done? Silence. I'm out of Twitch jail, I couldn't type. Wait, what? Did ads run late or something? Or was it just Twitch being high quality website? Wait, I turned my audio up a little bit before when my voice was struggling, but now I'm peaking too much. I'm sorry. Scuff, scuff. A mannequin pounces on him. While it's an inanimate object, Lucian feels a strong, depressive aura that suddenly turns into elation and ecstasy. As Lucian touches the mannequin, the emotions turn into energy, forcing him backwards. Oh, well that's spooky and extraterrestrial. Is extraterrestrial the word? Dalton. There is no doubt these are the feelings of Dalton, right before his final rehearsal. Why didn't you fight back? Do you have that little interest in me, babe? Babe is a strange expression here. That feels like a mistranslation. But ever since you played the part of the messenger and spoke those lines about fate, I haven't been able to take my eyes off you. Twitch being high quality? Classic, classic. Michael? Mannequin passes on Moira's emotions, and she turns into Michael. Oh, that's where the weird nickname came from. Don't like him. The excessive yet artificial man who always wore his heart on his sleeve. What kind of emotion are you hiding inside yourself? You let me fear and despair and so much danger. Jelly? Jelly, in the final moments of her life, the neurotic coordinator was completely wrecked by her own fear. Turning emotions into tangible energy, and any object that passes through your hands becomes a medium to release it. If these are your original arts, I see why he chose you, why he led you to become what you are now. Master, the strings, puppets, all image born just for the stage. When you forget yourself, a person becomes the play. Come, join in our performance, Lucian. If you're right, and the man roused my abilities, then as his real student, you'll make the best dance partner. Moira laughs and cries loudly. 1,000 expressions flash across her face, filling the pop room with a suffocating energy. There is nowhere for Lucian to run. Da da da. Fine. What? Moira, I will sing for you. As you wish. The Blood Diamond song is a kind of misfortune for both himself and the audience. It will rip my throat apart, sending pain straight into your ears, and you will either die or spend the rest of your life with its melody reverberating in your mind. If you willingly ignore the truth in your hands, if you're satisfied by such falsehoods, if you can only approach him by destroying yourself, allow me to relieve your pain and enter the stage once more. That's a kind of cool ability. I haven't used Phantom too much, and I don't have the new version, but my Phantom's a dull keeper. No, is it a dull keeper? It's not a switch form, but it's a second summon. I never know the subtypes for specialists, because I always feel slightly random compared to the other classes. But I didn't think it had a musical association or a self-damaging and damage of the unit theme, if that makes sense. Asked me to play with the summon? Yeah, that's what I thought. Moira hears the song. The emotions within flood into her, overwhelming the song itself. She does not understand what Lucian is singing about. She only feels joy, fear, doubt, rage, hatred, and sorrow 100 times stronger than her own. Before she is completely washed away by the emotions, she cannot help but think. What lot of experience must one go through to understand such revelations Or was he simply forced to learn it, all within the despair of having nothing at all? Da 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 da! I'm a little concerned, because this is chapter 7, and I feel like we have somewhat escaped the catastrophe. Moira brackets Murder Moira has been defeated, so we now have the troop to deal with as the final chapter. I'm just scared. It's Arknights. Things are gonna be scary. Troop leader, the White Flower is still waiting for the curtain call. Why have we come here? This is just a river. There's nothing here this time of night. Oh! I just knocked my mouse into my glass and it made a noise. I don't know if it got picked up. Whoa. Would you believe I get scared easily? Okay. I'm afraid White Flower will be upset by tonight's sparse audience. But this river here is the final stage. Tell them, playwright, what does the revised ending look like? I, the magician's assistant, and that lucky audience member, who both died on stage, are stuffed into prop boxes and thrown into the river. Once the dust settles, they will wake up and emerge from the river under the stars. They use their storied deaths to distance themselves from the prison of nightmares. That's Blood Diamond and Abyss? Wait, didn't they return to the castle already? Why would they be here? Are they running away? Da da da. It seems our travel plans have been interrupted, Abyss. What? How? Magician's assistants and lucky audience member came back to life. Now this is true magic. With the crowd looking on, it would seem he's a fan of the new improvised ending. Let's go back. He's waiting for us. Go back? We can still run, Lucian. Come with me. The river's wide enough and he's far away enough. If you choose to flee now, he'll let you go, but the fear will seep into your bones and torment you for the rest of your life. I'll go back to him, learn all his skills, uncover all his secrets, and then destroy it all. For such is my wretched fate. Fate? Are you sure it's not just proof you've become entranced with the truth with him once more? The pain and despair he has given me, then I will become his fate. Somehow, you always understand him and his twisted aesthetics, yet you never listened to me. Or maybe you never really wanted to escape. You spent far too long trapped in this nightmare. Fine then. I hope the Crimson Street Blood Diamond will grant a former friend one last favour. Don't chase me. Don't come after me. Let us part here, friend. We'll meet again once this all falls to ruin. Meow! At some point, the black creature appears inside the prop room. Nimbly avoiding Moira's body, she goes over to Lucian. With his knee bent halfway and surrounded by mannequin parts scattered all over the ground for once, Lucian doesn't follow the gesture of proper gentleman salute to her. Scandalous. The lady is even more displeased by his actions. That's a cool piece of art. like the framing of this a lot. I don't know how to explain it precisely, but the shadowing and the direction of this destruction makes it, specifically these planks, feel kind of like stylized impact lines, as if this is an impact crater, and here's the thing that has just arrived. Very fun. You haven't sung in a long time, Lucian. ... Apologies, Miss Christine. Did you hurry here as soon as you could? Licks tails without comment. So sassy. What a terrible scent. The Zalek compelled you to use your arts, as well as the skills you were so determined to abandon. You know what sort of situation you've put yourself in, yes? Chaotic, disorderly, uncontrollable, like a ball of unruly yarn I've yet to sort out. You wish to face him, even end him, as you are now? That is why I've come here, Miss Christine. When I stood up from the river as Selene continued to sink below, my mind was already made. This is the performance I've repeated the most. I cannot refuse, nor do I want to. Not until the true end comes. Fine. Perhaps you'll become a monster. Listen, Lucian. Lucian stays still and does not look up. The lady sighs, her azure eyes light up like never before. She shakes her tails and her body splits into two identical figures. One walks into Lucian's shadow, while the other remains sitting before him, staring. Both Miss Christine speak in a staggered pattern, like a strange duet. The way she shows Lucian will hear every word she says. To be honest, I much prefer Phantom. It implies nothing good, but it's a name you came up with yourself. Humans are so troublesome. Sometimes I miss the cafe where we met. Your emotions were much more complex and slovenly than they are now. But still far better than today. The bitterness of your obsession is making me want to sneeze. Go, meet him if you must. Turn into a madman, I will devour all your emotions, no matter how hard they are to swallow. If you cease to exist, I will haunt him and figure a way to make his life miserable. After all, he can't do a thing to me. Break a leg, Phantom. Wow. Aww. The little meow at the end was my favourite part. Hurry, hurry, let me into the underground passage. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Hey, did the storm blast your eyes blind? You've any idea how long I've been in this queue? Why, I ought to teach you a lesson. No pushing or shoving, people. These passages can only fit 2 at a time, so don't clog up the entrance, and leave space behind you. There's still time to get everyone in. Miss Stone, the plate's western paths and our outer guardrails have been destroyed by the storm. If this keeps up, we won't even be able to hold out for even in the engine layer. Very good at reading words. I send people to move supplies in, if we can survive this calamity. No, I'm sure we'll make it through. Miss Rutherford, you should hurry inside. The storm will tear your dress to shreds. So this is the wind she felt. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. Did you go looking for Tip to discuss the backdrop earlier? Where is she? She seemed to have figured something out and took off. I couldn't catch up to her. Are we supposed to be the adults in the face of catastrophe? Not one of us as cool-headed and brave as her. 'Cause she doesn't know what fear is yet. Only by experiencing it, hoping through it and getting crushed by it, will she understand just how idealistic it is to keep going? Is that not the difficulty and charm of film production itself? Don't tell me you want to finish shooting on this film movie, even now? ... Surely you need to find the director. He's just been running around. Oh wait, I wonder. I feel like if the director had been killed off-page. No, it's Moira doing the murders. The troop leader's just here to cause problems with people's memories and emotions, right? Only. Miss Stone, the supply's underground now, and miss the crew too. Thank you, Harton. You should hurry downstairs yourself. ... Is there anything else? I asked around, and no one seems the director ever since we started approaching the storm. Oh. I mentioned them at a bad time. Uh-oh. A stagehand in charge of the west side told me earlier that the catastrophe destroyed not just the guardrails, but some buildings too. That's where Stephen's studio is. ... The storm showers originum dust all over the exquisite green creating backdrops. In an instant, the blackened skeletons of a dozen of sets remain, slanted supports scattered all over the plate, like a cage crushed into pieces. My nose is not cooperating. Wah. Lucian pays closer attention to the wind, and it brings more voices. Shouts and sobs, scolding and cursing, sincere praise and subconscious wailing. The hands of fate and the play staged by nature will not allow everyone time to take their positions. Lucian walks into the ruins. He sees a figure that absolutely could not have showed up right here, right now. Uh-oh. There's been so many art pieces this event. Holy moly. Another one? The catastrophe shows no respect for the dreams crafted by man, and the storm has removed Lady Dupont's manor from the scene, leaving only a grand staircase in its wake. Thick clouds lie low, but the stage lights shine onto the steps from afar, turning the ruins into a stage. A middle-aged man slowly walks up the stairs. He tugs on a curtain torn by the storm, trying to restore its neatness and beauty. Finally his efforts pay off as the dirt and dust fall off the cloth, revealing its original shade of red. He grips the bottle in his hand as usual, but it is not as a listless drunkard. He checks the stage right before the show begins. There is no one more dedicated to the work than him. Can the troop leader shapeshift? Your habits haven't changed. Do you require assistance? It's almost time, Lucian. You came at the perfect moment. I know. Not surprised? Should I be? Of course you wouldn't. There is no way for a character who is bowed out with a real death to return to the stage. But this is your play, where all sorts of miracles occur. This is where the show begins, and where it should end as well. The playwright might remark on how ingenious this play has been handled. Or perhaps he would muse on how perfect it all is. So once you push aside all the theatricality, this is what I look like when officially collaborating with you again, after so many years apart. How is Abyss doing? Oh, my apologies. You're more inclined to call him Shalem, I believe. Travelling, gathering inspiration, disaster relief. In short, he won't be showing up here. Of course, The Crimson Troop has long since ceased to exist. I'm glad to see both of you walk out of its haze. A new role, a new life, a new home. I see the company known as Wood Islands has provided you many a revelation. But you, why have you come here, child? Did I not have? No, you are a most important individual now, as the curtains are about to fall on this new play. I'm already on the stage, after all. Of course. The marvellous scene we saw at the opening of the show, all thanks to you and him. Dalton personally handed you the weapon that would kill him, and his death raised the curtains on the story. And you witnessed it all through his eyes. Surely you felt something was off the moment you held the knife. Well, I was relieved to confirm it. I'm also curious, why exactly did you sling the blade with zero hesitation? Once an actor takes the stage, anything unexpected must become part of the performance. Disagree. You can just do another take. Your lesson had been engraved in my mind, and nothing more. The troop leader. I hope we get to see him in the tail form. Hey! Tail time. Acorn stick. Woo! Long time no see, Lucian. Wow, little bit of coughing, but okay. Let us continue. Oh my gosh. Speaking for 3 hours messes with your sinuses. Yeah, I was muted intentionally. I was having a coughing fit. It's okay. I had a drink at the end, so my voice isn't too bad. Let us continue. My deepest apologies for ruining the play. If you're referring to how you dealt with that Moira girl, you owe me no apologies, Lucian. With your intellect, I can only assume you figured out the original ending of the story. In the old case from 5 years ago, a catastrophe that arrives right on cue, both the storm and the delayed judgment rain down on this plate. The Zalek, who once stood outside the story, slowly walks to the center stage and kills all those burdened with sin. Later she comes to realize that everything she's done has been driven by delusion. She awakens, hollowed out, broken, and judges the last remaining soul, herself. And you? In the script, you are the messenger who happens to pass through, the insignificant newcomer to the cast. You're so far removed from the conflict, yet in the end, you become the one who ties in all the threads together. The more unexpected the coincidence, the more shocking it is when the inevitable unfolds. This is the lure of drama, something you and I have experienced countless times. So, you haven't ruined a thing. You've merely added to the performance. Just like what you've done for the troop. I've suffered all manner of tragedy in my quest to find you. Naturally, the troop's mark at the auction was insufficient proof of my existence, I suppose. Thankfully, After all these years, death, or rather destruction, remain the plot devices you wield so well, the ending you cherish. Child, oh child, how I wish you could appreciate its beauty. Do I? I wouldn't say I appreciate it, but I'm very familiar with it. I've acted in so many plays, I've killed so many people, my hands are drenched with blood. That is the education and training I received in my childhood, the life you instilled in me. You were my best student, Lucian. Before the climactic finale arrives, let us review the performance so far. You and I know this routine all too well. The troop leader smiles and bows down towards Lucian. His scepter, left by his tail, points towards the approaching catastrophe clouds, like a pen dipped in ink. A familiar scene unfolds before Lucian's eyes. He knows he can't refuse. No, this is what he came for. Lucian gives a slight nod. First, we have Dalton. Originally, this middle-aged actor who resembled nothing more than a walking corpse didn't feel the scene was all that significance. He offered up what little lucidity he could muster, summoned the last dregs of his acting instincts, recited his few remaining lines, and held out until the director called cut, all to earn just enough for another night of drinking. He never mourned the actress who died because of him, nor reminisced about his once spirited past. He was not even ashamed of his current sorry state. Manipulated him. Indeed, without my intervention he would never have taken it upon himself to retrieve the sword knife and deliver it to you. But I never commanded him to put his chest up to the blade. By the time you were acting opposite him, he was already fully awake, fully aware of the danger he was in. Lucian, your talent shines just as brightly in film as it did on stage. Your performance awakened his memories, reminding him of great an actor he once was, of a time when he was immersed in his roles, expressing real emotions, joy, sorrow, fury, and mirth. In the moment, the messenger slipped fully into his character, while the looming threat of financial ruin warped Sir Dupont's thoughts. He had to cover up the truth. He had to do whatever it took to kill the person before him, without pausing to think that his own blade might be turned on him. You were right, there with him. You know better than anyone how intense his fear and anger were in this moment. As a farewell performance, it was nearly perfect. Indeed, death's imminent approach did not frighten him. Instead, it ignited a competitive fire which had long been dulled by drink. He performed with unrestrained zeal. 'Twas exhilarating. Then there was Michael and Marion. The philandering actor and the shrewd costume designer, found hanging above their own set, their farcical moments laid bare for all to see. Their union was both shameful and absurd, a mess of indulgent desire, scheming ambition, and mutual disdain, and mutual exploitation. There wasn't a trace of anything real about them, inside or out. The Michael, even his ears and tail were fake. The death served no purpose, save for giving the camera assistant a juicy bit of gossip to peddle. But you, Lucian, you were at this scene. Even a cat could taste the lingering emotions left behind. When Maya turned on the door, when the footsteps of death drew near in the fleeting moment, when there was no time to think, I'm sure you know what each of them did. Tear stains. What a fascinating detail. Tear stains lingered in the corner of his eyes. None of the three Rockefeller brothers had ever showed Lady Dupont such heartfelt emotion. That fireman's axe was originally meant for Marion. Yet Michael shielded her from harm, exposing himself for the blade instead. In the last moments of their lives, the man and the woman, who up to that point had been attacking each other, instinctively protected each other. They confirm their true feelings for one another. Although this by itself is not worthy of praise. You're correct, my child. However, the audience has already taken their seats. What do they expect to see in this illusion of light and sound? Ultimately, the schemers will end up with nothing with the hedonists are devoured by their desires, yes? Naturally, it's the nearest kind of story, just an excuse to trot out well-worn platitudes. They would never imagine that the flawed, unworthy love could still be real, and still turn heads. Just as those two never imagined there'd be a moment they grew feelings for each other. Made possible by death? Made possible by death. And then, of course, there was Moira, the one I had the highest hopes for, before you showed up. Wow, I need another drink or bottle. Okay. This half, the stage, the second half, and the conclusion to do. My voice can survive, probably. Myra built her faith through another's death. Every detail about Lava was etched into her mind. Her name, her eating habits, her unmistakable smile, her extraordinary life, her violent end, and the killers who still hadn't been brought to justice. Grief, anger, doubt, hatred, every emotion that rose within her set fire to be buried past into herself. She directed this entire performance. Why do you insist on downplaying your own role in all of this? It was you who inserted the ad-libbing, forcing a past that did not originally exist into her mind, bringing Laura into life. Yes, and what of it? Look at her. She's dancing. You were her dance partner back then. You must have felt it. She isn't like the children from the Crimson Troop. Been receiving White Flower's training since they were young. When you look at her dancing, her physique, her tears, her smile, she's acting out a version of life, or perhaps crafting a kind of truth, or perhaps she no longer has any constraints, and she can be whoever she wants to be. She will dance through the countless people's lives, unending until her mind and body can no longer bear the weight of those emotions. Or maybe she'll finally encounter you, or some other fool seeking the truth, and one night finally awaken from her dream and end her own life. Regardless of her ultimate fate, her soul will be rich and fulfilled. Regardless of her ultimate fate, she was already no longer just a nameless prop maker from the frontier, no longer with the Zalek with no thing and no one to hold on to. Once again, why does being a Zalek keep getting brought up when criticizing characters? I swear, this wasn't a thing for the other groups, I'm not... Negative word and representation. You're as talkative as ever, troop leader. It's been a long time since you've spoken about someone with such passion. Not since you, Lucian. I don't deny that I've extended my influence to Moira. I encouraged her, just as I once encouraged you. My child, have you forgotten? If not for your thirst for form, you would have died long ago. When the catastrophe drove you from your home, when you lost your parents, when you found yourself adrift in the towering castle amongst strangers, you said, "Only when I'm in character on stage, that's the only time my loneliness disappears. The only time I feel like I belong." You clung to that feeling, and it kept you alive. When Moira, you're both natural-born actors. You create sorrow, joy, and nothing, and use those emotions to survive. No one can ignore your brilliance. 1 second, another coughing fit. Wow. It's not until I do a story reading stream I remember how tough reading aloud is on your voice. Okay. Cool. Maybe I need to start doing vocal exercises again. That or maybe get some more albus oil after stream. My sinuses are grumpy. Okay. ... Back to the drama. And for both of you, my 2 children, death shall be your teacher. Do you still remember when you hit that wall in your development? When you could not draw inspiration from anything, and were unable to power your performance? That was when you thrust original into your throat, without hesitation. Then you felt the grip of death, of your inescapable fate. It gave you fear, jealousy, sorrow, anger, shame, and greed, emotions once foreign to you. After witnessing all of these things, your heart became a mirror. It fueled your desire to dismantle authority, your thirst for destruction. It gave you an endless night, and a song that never ceases. It turned the unassuming into a gleaming blood diamond. Blood diamond. My eternal moniker. Think of Dalton, child. Think of Michael and Marianne. Think of Lava and Moira. Look at these souls still struggling through the catastrophe. Then look at yourself. You're right. Death is still the device I wield best, and the ending I've always favoured. But I do not see death as destruction. It drives the mighty to disregard themselves and devote their break to their Okay. Reading is difficult. It drives the mighty to disgrace themselves, the devoted to break their commandments, the pure to sink into filth, and the heroic to commit to treachery. It gives strength to the dejected, compels the silent to shout their ideas and draw real emotions from the self-absorbed, and frees the timid from their inhibitions. It shows climbers the next foothold, and gives the far-sighted courage to leap. It turns self-proclaimed beacons into the real-life thing. It sows meaning and waters fields. It cultivates truth and fertilizes falsehoods. It turns dying flesh into blooming flowers, and engraves what would fade without a trace. Its agony without relief, and overflowing inspiration. It's a drama's cause and consequence, its flesh and its soul, the great force behind creation, and the law and tether that binds every ideology, every style, every exploration. It is the appointed end, where all things turn to dust. The troop leader turns to Lucian, the same smile still lingering on his lips. The wind and sand howl beneath them, but he remains unfazed. Child, death is our chance to reunite. Shame. Quite a monologue, yet such little applause. Sick burn. Because I am the only one standing across from you, and the only one who ever could. Noise sounds out from all directions, and Lucian listens intently. The catastrophe rages. Miss Christine lets out a low howl, something she would normally never do. Their newly acquainted companions scatter in panic, crying out for help in vain. As the troop leader said, death is unfolding on stage. What began with a few intense scenes has now taken over the entire production. You say death is our chance to reunite. I completely agree. So I won't wait this opportunity. I may. I'd like to share a few thoughts of my own, now that you've finished your analysis. After all, both you and I know this routine by heart. The arm snaps part of the scaffold, sending a shower of sparks. A nearby rug catches fire. The flame leaps dangerously close to Lucian's side. But he doesn't even flinch. He stares intently at the person standing before him and removes his hat. Okay, that's cool art. Oh! Is this a cape or is this the fabric? I can't actually tell from the angling of it. It's very cool. Wait, let's look at the full thing. Whoa! Oh, okay, so it is a cape. Good. Capes are cool. You've got to look slightly disheveled in the final scene. It's the peak cinematography. At this time, ever since you reappeared, you haven't mentioned the many times I've betrayed you. Why? Because that is unimportant. Because you are still you, child. Getting lost in madness, then returning to clarity, leaving only to return. After all these trials and tribulations, a hard-won reunion is all the more precious. In the end, time can forgive all grievances. That's so. I used to think that the Crimson Troop was your quill, your canvas and your trap. I felt that this chaotic world, your audience sought solace in your performances. I felt that you were omnipresent, and no one could escape your grasp. Which is why the plan that I, Shalem, and playwright came up with failed. Back then I was young, naive, and full of pride. We believed we had seen the troop for what it really was, but with our carefully planned escape turned out to just be another act in your grand play. In the end, Shalem fled from you in fear, while I came to you. You returned to my side. There was the moment you decided to learn all my techniques. You resolved to learn everything you could about the troop, and then use the information to destroy it. Your plan was to use death to stop death, to use destruction to stop destruction. White Flower, Blade Dance Shadow, the teachers you once learned from all died by your hands. As did I. I remembered my voice, wild and cracking with rage, and a sudden warmth surged from your chest the moment the blade went in. I thought I had destroyed the Crimson Troop for good. And despite all that, I still failed. You didn't die. Because death is ever present, and drama is eternal. Eternal, yes, but after that, I devoted even more time to studying great works, including myself. I wore down your eternity as any slow-witted disciple might, and at last I arrived, once more steeped as your proud creation, a theatre of death, of tragedy, of art. Now, alas, the catastrophe has finished setting our final stage. Troop leader, my dear teacher, or perhaps I should call you Tagudia. I am going to destroy everything that is yours. Loosen and press the inhibitor at his throat, exposing the originum crystal's gleam, as if already rejoicing at the song to come. He offers the troop leader a deep bow, as clouds behind him come crashing down. I never noticed how hot he was until this moment. Until the art of him looking completely crazy. It is really good art. Scavenger, go go go. I didn't see what path you walked down. I can fix him? Ah. How scared should I be of all these? different units. Maybe an S1, so that's not too silly, I don't think. Maybe a little bit silly. Gonna do the swap out quickly. Oh. There we go. Oh, I haven't thought about you. Okay. I haven't fully comprehended the scale of my problems. But maybe I can ignore it for a little while. That would be nice if I could. Can I throw Shaw at you and see what happens? I almost turned Lynn's skill off because I'm used to her being on S3. Why are you still punching Dorothy when Shaw's blocking you? What the heck? What kind of prioritization stack is that? Zaleknight that I saw seemed pretty comfy. Oh, the guy was really good. Oh, let's see how it goes. I'm gonna drop Apple down here for a second. A smidgen concerned. You're blockable, right? It all beautifully well done. Thank you, thank you. I'm really, it's not that I'm losing my voice, it just feels very nasally at the moment. I don't really know why. Huh? Why did this light get turned off? Oh, was Scavenger stunned and that stopped her? I don't actually know how that works. Don't punch Dorothy! Don't punch any of the rodents generally, but especially not Dorothy. Should I leave Lieutenant Dada there? I can't decide. Oh, it's because he's done enough damage to the camera to reset it. Okay, I understand the mechanic again. That last attack did so much more damage than the previous ones. That's alarming. Okay. He's actually not as tanky as I thought at first. He's just really good at punching my rodents, which I am quite against as a general performance philosophy. Oh wait, I forgot I can put Ashlock on. You'll be in range when you trigger this one, won't you? I can't put someone here to target it without without illuminating it. I'm sorry you never saw what the second form's gonna be. I haven't read the description, so I don't know the details of his abilities. It seems like he has a standard attack, and then high charge up attack that deals elemental damage, but I don't know any of the details. Actually, I feel like I've cleared him out pretty early, but maybe... You did not get slowed down at all by the stage light, that's a scam! Uh-oh! Calmatronics, this is... Remember when you all said target Dorothy specifically as a bit, and then... I swear the ordering click should have been after. the vis-a-vis before. Oh, thank you for the pencil. Wait, let me tap out. I can tap out to Pat. I don't... How do I feel about the stage? I don't feel good about that. Oh, I didn't feel good about that. His attacks have got stronger. Let me plan some damage. Let's do this and this. I think... Wait, you're focusing on a single operator. Fly away! That was bad timing. Okay. No, she's stunned! Grumble, grumble. I should have retreated her to get the deployment points back. I'm a fool. Okay. So he gets scary in his second form. I'm gonna have to look at the description. Okay. I was gonna say, I know I lost that one, but this feels a lot more chill than the previous events. Like, the damage increases a lot in the second form, but other than that... Unless I'm missing something, there aren't really any, like, interruption abilities of the enemies, which are normally the hardest part to play around. Okay. Took a deer. First form. Whenever nervous impairment burst occurs, as one of your units deals damage to the units in the 4 adjacent tiles around the unit after a short delay, inflicting nervous impairment. Okay. I still don't fully understand the nervous impairment triggers, but I'm assuming that's symmetrical elemental effect, as it is for the elemental casters. Creates a barrier on one camera, prioritizing different ones, disabling it. Okay, that's the thing that Scavenger was having to punch. Whenever nervous impairment burst occurs, one of your units deals damage to the units in the 8 adjacent trials. Oh! Oh, that's awkward for me, because I love putting all my operators in 8 adjacent tiles. Okay. Creates a barrier, anti-cameras, yep. After charging, attacks our units within range that are inside the filming area, going from near to far. Deals nervous impairment. Each hit increases the damage of the next attack for the skill duration. This one is the scary one, I think, that was one-shotting people. Okay. I might grab Flametail, as is my thingamabob. There's Flametail available. There's one person on my friend list who has mod 3 Flametail, so I may refresh a few times and the chances of seeing them, but I think they've swapped them off. So I think that Flametail there is a swan. Let me grab this one. I think this should be E2 level 60. I haven't finished leveling her. The mighty strat, friendship hug by the blue box. It's my favourite strat. Why employ another one when you could just have 5 defenders in a circle around the blue box? You just bring Shu and Hoshi and No. Maybe Saria if you're going wild and grumpy. No, that wouldn't be good. I think Scavenger here works well. I think I quite like Ashlock here. I think I want to put... Oh, I've tapped out. I think I want to put Flametail in front though. I like Surfer here early to punch through the cameras. Oh, I've just realised that until I put someone down... I'm gonna do this. I think. None of Dorothy's explosives auto-deployed because there was no tiles in her range. That's so annoying. I'm gonna put more explosives in front of this man's feet. Oh, I've made bad decisions. Uh-oh! The consequences of my actions are actioning harder than usual. I should have swapped Lynn's skill again. And I've got no scavenger, so I've got no deployment points. Let's try again. Let's swap Lynn's skill. Other things. I think I want to put Surfer on her S2. I definitely want Lynn on S1. On S3 rather. I'm considering leaving Surfer out, and so yeah. Yeah? Okay. The fact that he doesn't follow it deployment ordering for a bunch of effects, instead follows proximity, range, general hand waving. Very confusing. Data? I worry that Surfer's gonna have beaten up these lampshades too quickly for me to get deployment points out of this skill being on. Because no one else goes to this lane for ages. Oh, I forget that her S2 is different from Canterbell's S2. I always forget that it's on a timer, not an ammunition. Okay. Big stab. Oh, I am scared for many people's well-being. But Lynn is about to murder several people. Yeah, let's go. Rhymes. Don't punch Honeyberry. I'm never gonna have the deployment points to put Ashlock down. I'm just gonna delay you for now whilst I feel more comfortable around this corridor. Once this guy gets beaten up, I might pause Lynn's skill so there's more chance of it being online when my stalling over here finishes. His prioritization is still confusing to me, but I think it's okay. Have I misremembered Flametail's skill? Does she not gain deployment points if she's not punching anyone? Oh no, it is gradual gain. I thought it was. Just using Babble as a chance to get the healing back on track. Ideally, I would wait until he is in range to do punching. Oh! I forgot that Flintel's range is different. Aha! What if I just throw everyone at him? What then? Can I not deploy into the tide he's on? Oh, it's just because I went to deploy too quickly. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm making progress. I am having to continuously put a second blocker down because without the mastery the module Flametail isn't quite strong enough to tank, but I feel like I'm making progress. Maybe I was being fooled by the fact the Lund skill was up. It could have been delusion. It is possible. At least I'm gonna have a lot of deployment points ready for the next farm. Oh! I really should. This is probably easier if I have a camera pointing at him. A little bit of a basic revelation. Next time, instead of swapping out the operator blocking him, I might do this. Oh yeah! Forgot about that mechanic. I think it should be fine without another repointing. Okay. I'm gonna just put gravel here as a target. That should be close enough so they get prioritized, right? Holy moly, you are sprinting! Where do you get so many lampshades from? Is there a second-hand store? I love second-hand stores. Okay. You are targetable now, so I'm gonna swap to this. Which feels a little bit reckless, but you are like the boss. So maybe I'm not being too foolhardy in my prioritization. Go, go, go! I think I can pull Scavenger back, but I'm probably gonna run out of deployment points soon. Well, at least I can wait for that to whiff. Okay, now we get to see maximum shred. Brackets Lin. This is all of my damage. You won't stop me by the beating up my rodent. There's a whole team of them. I finally got 13. Once I get Flame Tail, not if, once I get Flame Tail, I can stop bringing. I can stop having to bring my brain's gone so smooth. Streamer, you official on some stages. We've been doing really well for Zalex this year. Oh my gosh. Just reflecting. Rodent's on top. Unlike these crew members with bad taste, the Arknight's design team truly appreciate rodents enough. I'm so proud of Flametail. One day I will get a zaleknight operator that's a guard, but I'm also very proud of Flametail in the meantime. This red circle is ominous, and I clearly can't remember his abilities well enough because I don't know what that does. Uh-oh. 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 Oh! There I was stressed because Honeyberry died, but we made her. Oh, okay, nice. Maybe a Tusker will be in guide when I find a card when I finally make her. Wait, which event is a Tusker from? Did they do an event themed around the poetic Ida around the Great World Tree? Yes, first try. It's relatively easy to edit. That was second try. This event, that stage is way easier than past events. She's in the Keurig event? I've done one of the two Keurig events, so maybe I Could I have forgotten a rodent? Oh. Lotus. Not Tuska? Oh, okay. I was about to say, I'm quite familiar with Puerto so if it was going to be someone mentioned there, I definitely would have remembered. Oh, was she one of the siblings? The three of them? With the ginger hair? I think I'm thinking about the white rat. GG's. Almost first time clear. Rats too OP. Rodents. The rodents run terror. The skull. Yeah, the red ones? Okay, I remember. The ginger ones are not 2 siblings? 2 siblings and a husband? Wait, I thought it was 3 sisters. Okay, I must have just forgot the man. Oops-a-daisy. Wait, I got so giddy about finishing the stage, I forgot that there's suffering incoming. Okay. The flickering lights of the castle, the bloodied corpses of the teachers, the hollow wind in the darkness. Forgetting all that was not difficult. Until one day when Lucian, who has by this time become an assassin, had a dream. Pretty. Still in the old castle, still in the empty hall, still sitting alone, singing under the lights, with all the former members of his troop standing behind him, all as alive as ever. Child, we cannot truly erase our pasts. There will always be traces of them. Think I'm scared? No, I've simply finally confirmed that I've yet to fully tear out the ad-libbing you inserted into my life. In other words, you're still here. Correct. We cannot truly erase our pasts, and there will always be traces of them. Oh, to bring your story to an end, I've been walking the same path you once did, for all this time. I travelled across the entire land. Callias was a Gaulish border city. When the allied nations suddenly turned on them, Callias was thrown under siege, yet thanks to its powerful cannons, the general hailed as the imperial standard-bearer, Callias held fast for months. The general stood atop the wall, refusing to sleep, refusing to rest, refusing to give ground. With the banner still flying high, even the wariest soldiers held line, until the unthinkable happened. The general's most trusted lieutenant opened the gates, a clear act of betrayal. The Emperor of Gaul had given up on Casus, as by then its fate was sealed. The imperial standard-bearer had refused to render out of honor, and the trusted lieutenant believed he ought to stand by his general. After all, they had already braved so many life-or-death situations together over the decades. But he knew the holding the line would only lead to more bloodshed, that the city was doomed to become a graveyard. Perhaps the battle-worn soldier simply realized that although there was no perfect choice, there was a way that would allow him to atone for his sins. Persuaded the general, who had not long since become exhausted, to take a 10-minute break, and he seized the opportunity to open the gate. Before the allied forces could enter his city, he drove his sword through his own heart. The traitor ended up being the most tragic casualty of the war. But this is ancient history now, Lucian. So ancient that many details have been lost to the river of time. Victoria, Lothianen, I spent months travelling between more than a dozen cities across different nations, and at last I found an aging vanguard on the brink of death. The guard had seen the towering flames of Callas with his own eyes. He had found a badger in the traitor's corpse. 2 faces turned away from each other, one smiling and one was weeping. We all know what that symbolizes, dear teacher. Haha, then I suppose you made the other discoveries as well. Even earlier in Laterno. Over 200 years ago, a bullying cardinal was struck down by gun knights in the plaza in front of the basilica. He was intelligent and compassionate, known as the sanctor chosen by the Lord. At just 30 years old, he was already widely regarded as the Pope's heir apparent. But then he changed. He grew radical, unyielding, unwieldy. He started preaching, rallying followers, reaching out to foreign envoys in an attempt to check the Pope's authority. Until the situation deteriorated into a religious coup that threatened the entire city-state. The Pope was critically wounded, and the good knights were deployed. This Serbian usurper became the only cardinal in the history of Laterano to die during a coup. One knows exactly what happened to him, but at some point, in one of the Escalio Requiem, he had a chance encounter with a passing feline, but of course, this is hardly worth chasing. It must have taken some effort for you to uncover all this. Indeed, it was quite troublesome. I merely offered the sanctor a bit of truth. He was already terminally ill, you know. Unlike the incompetent Pope, who knew only how to interpret scriptures, his own zealousness knew no bounds. But with limited time, he might not have been able to put his ideals into practice, to hear the church bell ring in the new era. But in truth, the moment the cardinal struck down the Pope, he came to his senses. He realized that death had never caught up to him after all. Sudden clarity only plunged him deeper into madness. Faced with the ruin he had wrought, he chose to walk willingly into the good knight's sights. A microcosm of political tragedy from which many of the troops' plays took root. Quite a pity, isn't it? Iberia. It was during the glorious Golden Age. The lighthouses lit up approaching ship, only for people to discover it carried nothing but whispering winds from the ocean depths, ticket stubs stamped with the image of twin faces that were scattered across the deck. They drifted with the ship in silence. The lost sailors sing, "Insight, young fowl, to pick the fruit of pain." Amidst the spires of Lithianan, ancient arts recorded the nobles' laments and desperate cries. Exile an infant to arrive at a joyful death. An encampment covered in thick snow. Weeds walk their own path. The city in the depths of the sands. Tears, falsehoods, and riddles. He leaves the bed of withered flowers. I recognize that background from the Pepe event. Okay, I felt silly adding in a comment there. It was so serious. Whoa. Got on? Great to see you next time. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed stream. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out, Will. Bye bye, bye bye. You're everywhere. I followed the path you once walked. I crossed the lands, encountering all manner of people and unearthing all manner of secrets, until the last, buried in ancient tombs and tangled rumors, I uncovered your name. Tragedia. Da da da. However, the legendary Tragedia is a god, beloved by the people. He wears a crown of grapevines. He is both intoxicating and intoxicated. He bestows joy and grace. He greets farmers as they bring in their yearly harvest, guiding them from wilderness to civilization through revelry and celebration. But the true god of wine is a deceitful caster who performs an astic, a schemer, a firebrand, a phantom drifting through the currents of history. A long-lived that defines creation. Your perseverance astonishes me, child, even more so than the painstaking devotion you once showed in your performances. And yet, when you look back on the path I've taken, shouldn't that be enough to affirm the purpose I've been chasing? As human affairs faded into obscurity, I found and built what I came to see, the ultimate vessel for beauty, the theatre. I've lived long enough to see the very concept of theatre become obsolete. At last, after tasting both joy and sorrow, I came to an understanding. The precise conditions under which the most fervent emotions bloom, I founded the troupe, through which I've taught this knowledge to you. Really? That contradicts what I've learned from my research. Hasn't death always walked by your side? The grand theory of yours, about death and destruction, was never the result of hard-won insight. You simply believed in it and saw beauty in it, and so did the theatre. Set aside for a moment the brilliance or depravity of human nature that emerges in times of desperation, and turn to more fundamental questions. From Latana to Gaul, from Iberia to Sargon, from the old castle to the catastrophe-stricken land, you've directed so many performances and shook the soul. Why have you allowed them to be lost to history? You don't want them to be remembered? You exalt the irritation and the unpredictable, so why must every story have the same ending? Ruin. Well, what do you think the answer is, child? Tell me. Because it makes everything and everyone unverifiable, born within the theatre and beyond. Because it grants you authority, it lets you justify yourself, and turns your so-called beauty into the only possible resolution. Loud noises. Steven! Steven! If you're still alive, say something! Greta? You really did lock yourself up in the office. What happened outside? It's too much to explain right now. In short, the entire plate is on a collision course of the catastrophe, and everyone else is already evacuated to the power deck. Are you alright? Yeah, something's wrong. The ceiling came down on my leg. I can't move. I'll rescue you. Darn it, the broken column has sealed the door shut. It's really heavy. Just wait a moment. Stay with me. Keep talking. Stone. Only now do I understand that I am in no way, shape or form, a genius. Huh? The god came to see me. He hasn't abandoned me. He showed me a new way of thinking. Actually, he's always been teaching me. I like to think I make good use of my characters' deaths, of every desperate situation, to nourish my stories. I did try that, after all, in the death of Lady Dupont. Why else would it be called that? Laura 5 years ago, and now Dalton, Shelley, Michael, Marian, each of their deaths were steeped in drama, vivid, poignant, and all too real. Those fragments are like autumn leaves, crimson blood scattered everywhere. Each one is enough to stain the blank canvas of my mind in vivid colour. But still, I can't write an ending that satisfies me. I still haven't figured out what the kind of scene Lady Dupont's death ought to be. If death and destruction are the way of God of theatre, if their skills a true genius of the stage must master, well I've never been able to learn them. I'm just a worthless hack. For the love of Barnier? For the love of Barnier, how can you be so stupid? Huh? Stephen, the script auctions are anonymous, you know that, right? Dalton, Anna, everyone in the queue has been shaped by what happened 5 years ago. I brought them together on purpose. But you are the one exception. When I approved the outline for the script, I had no idea it was written by you. I simply felt, from the bottom of my heart, that the story of Lady Dupont, a woman trapped by her brother's lives and need for control, tormented by the desires of these 3 so-called suitors, was worth my vote of approval. I knew she'd be a great protagonist for an amazing story, whether she lived or died. I never doubted my vision. Hey, say something. What are you getting all melodramatic for while I'm out here hurling rocks? So, it turns out I just don't agree with... What are you saying? So it turns out I just don't agree with you on the god's methods. There we are, I did it! This place is about to collapse. I'll help you, come on. I will say this is a much more compassionate director than any of the multiple times someone else died in front of her. It feels kind of like a 180. Wait, Miss Stone. One now. Gret helps hold Stephen steady as they both come to a stop. He looks to the side. There's a wall. Only half it still standing. Faint remnants of vivid graffiti stand out harshly in the grimy, dim surroundings. It's a giant promotional minuite. It appeared painted for the crew, and by some stroke of luck, the title card remains unscathed amidst the wind and flying debris. The death of Lady Dupont. Stephen rained a bloodstained arm, and then with considerable weapon, he fights away the first three words. My god. It's beautiful. Not even the most imaginative set designers in Rankwood could have created a scene like this. Who's to say that ending a film shoot under a shadow catastrophe isn't in fact the most fitting conclusion of all? This isn't just a publicity stunt. I'm finding myself more and more impressed by Greta's resolve. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's get back to the power deck. It's way too dangerous out here. What is so insensible? Yeah, when the man was stabbed to death on set and everyone went to have a movie to make stop moping. Yeah, and now she's supposed to be hauling rocks to save someone? Greta looks like Ozan from Made in Abyss. It's been so long since I've watched Made in Abyss and I only saw the first season. Wait. Let me... I'm so bad with character names. Wait, is Ozan the one with black and white hair? It's been too long since I've interacted with the show, I forgot. You too broke for the pout? How are you doing, Kelly? Hey, Melanie, leading lady, where are you? Have you gone mad? Amber, you, all of you, never really believed this leading lady could make a comeback with this film, did you? Oh, wang, Luigi. That. You don't even think we'll finish filming it? I mean, given the circumstances, I think that's a reasonable conclusion. It's a conclusion that obeys labor laws, frankly. Honestly, I feel the same. I mean, we don't even have the ending figured out yet. This whole plate is about to collapse. But that doesn't mean you have to die for it, does it? Ooh, we don't get moving animation very often. This is so exciting. The catastrophe is closing in. The howling wind is nature's law, its fury written across the face of the clouds. But Melanie still walks forwards to face it. Uh-oh. Oh, pretty. But also, uh-oh. Said I have a death wish. Who says Lady Dupont has a death wish? Who says Lady Dupont is meant to die under her brother's oppression, felled by the swords of the three Rockefellers, as by the hands of the onlookers who sought to curse her, humiliate her and drive her out? Must death be a symbol? She should instead, on a night no one could have foreseen, walk straight into a storm, just as wild and chaotic as this one, leaving the prison of a castle behind. She shall not perish, because the storm is a chariot that will lead her to freedom. You must have realized, Arbor, that on my journey I've always regarded Marianne as my imaginary enemy, yes? Yeah, but I know I'll never catch up to her. She was a true genius, born to inhabit any role she was given. Even fate itself seemed to orchestrate one final catastrophe just so she could essence the business in a blaze of brilliance. I am nobody special. An ordinary woman from a small town who travelled to Rankwood and worked her way up role by role, film by film, for over a decade, gaining experience and recognition. That's why I care so much about my seniority, status, and etiquette, the aspects of film set culture that so many scoff at, because that sort of recognition is the reward I deserve as an ordinary person. This land is quite cruel to ordinary people. Marian's retirement gave me the chance to step into the spotlight, but it took only a slight slip-up for me to lose everything I gained along the way. My acting skills have fallen off a cliff, my reputation is in shambles. I've tried everything I could think of, but I just couldn't seem to get it back. It's ridiculous. I never wanted to admit this, but it's true. If Marianne hadn't retired, I'd have never caught up to her. And right at this very moment, this catastrophe is destroying the entire plate, along with my last hope. Though you couldn't say fate is smiling upon me, at least I finally have the courage to let go of my inhibitions, the courage to... At least I finally mustered the courage to take this first leap. Come to me, Lady Dupont. Come with Melanie Rutherford and dance together with the catastrophe. Even if no one is filming us. Profoundly irresponsible is my main takeaway. She's gonna have oropathy in like 2 seconds flat. What are you still doing here, Amna? Check your camera. You didn't turn it on, did you? What do you mean? The red gun swept away by the storm. What if your camera had accidentally captured my death, just like before? Last thing I want is to belittle your work, to force you to once again resent the tool of your trade. You know, Abner, I always thought you were dumb. Hey, what do you know? The footage you accidentally recorded back then at least stands as irrefutable evidence, ensuring that a girl named Lara wouldn't vanish from the land without a trace. I can say it's enough meaning for it to meet your exacting standards. I am an idiot. This dream-making machine was only made in the first place because people wanted more eyes to see the land with. Hold on, Melanie. I hope I don't break this thing. Let's finish filming. Rich people are crazy. Okay. Is this how tornado chasers feel? Similarly bad decision making, honestly. Oh, okay. We have destructive effects, that's a little bit nerve-wracking. Can you see them? Can you hear them? They're still fighting to survive this catastrophe? Nothing ever truly comes from nothing, not even the most wondrous art, and it is never death that suddenly awakens the lost or steals the timid. I can't speak anymore, it's past my bedtime. They always had it in them. So answer my question, Tagodia. You're attempting to remind me that death would simply end this story, this performance, that there would be nary a trace left after the curtains fall, that I will have, objectively speaking, escaped any and all scrutiny and criticisms of my work? That I am a thin-skinned artist? You really did find an interesting angle, Lucian. Perhaps what you say is right, but how are you going to change an ending that has already been written? The child, Tippy, really did adjust the path of the plate, using any techniques she picked up from watching film reels. But the shift in trajectory was insufficient. Nearly half the plate remains on a collision course with the storm. Lucian, you faced a catastrophe when you were young. You should know that one of this scale will destroy everything on this plate. Lucian gently strokes the crystal on his throat. I haven't sung since releasing the inhibitor. Oh? Singing. It's Blood Diamond Song. The song once lit up countless stages, before dying out amidst the darkness of the old castle. Today it echoes once more, the sound that passes through cracks in the ruin and the catastrophe itself, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. This is a bit counterintuitive after we spent so long trying to save everyone's life. Singing with such total devotion? No. It seems that dreams can also be used as barriers. This is the first time I've ever seen you use your arts in reverse. Trying to protect everyone with a voice that once brought pain to yourself and disaster to others? Are you trying to face the catastrophe alone? Alone? No. You are here with me. Hold your scepter steady, Togodia. From the moment I rose from that river and walked back to your side, from the moment I returned to the troop and stood before you once again, I have only ever had one motivation. At the climax of every tragedy, there is always a fierce, cathartic battle, be it inside a palace atop a tower, or beneath an ever-shifting sky. Let us finish the drama, where the student kills the teacher. Haha! My favourite student, my best actor, everything that is headed for destruction shall serve as your backdrop. I'm so glad you can enjoy this moment. Even I can't help but be swept away in it. I've forgotten all of the matters. You should know that killing a long-lived is meaningless. Just told me that I found an interesting angle. But it's not interesting. Far from it. You aren't a thin-skinned artist. You've just been left with no other choice. It's not us who need to die, not the audience, not the common folk bound by the laws of ordinary reality. It's you, Togodia. You've walked through history. You've founded the troop. You've created dreams from darkness. You've fed both me and Shaylin with despair. You've drawn in lost souls one after another, and lashed out actor after actor. You taught us to feel pain, to learn evil, to be stained with blood, to sing of destruction. You taught us to dress for the stage, to wear a mask in life, to believe in what you called rebirth. Build the story and ruin the audience. You chose the Latin Cathedral, the Gaulish General, White Flower, Blade Dance, Shadow, Dalton, Shirley, Moira. You've chosen a million illusions with which to bring about death. You exhausted its form, crafted its style, and perfected its meaning. Because it's all so far away from you. So far away. Long-lived death is the one show you will never reach, director. Death is the one performance you can never take part in, Tragödia. Death is the one art you will never embody. All your aesthetics, your insights, your experiences, everything you pushed us to pursue, has done nothing for you in the end. I once thought this brought you joy, but your sorrow has outweighed your sense of accomplishment. If you yourself are the theatre, then your very existence is a paradox. The ending is nigh, isn't it? Do you feel resentful or helpless? Do you find this funny or confusing? Or have you simply ignored it? Have you never felt the same pain that I have? I'm so excited to see the full art of this. Togodia is uncharacteristically silent, his eyes fixed on the face in front of him, as lost in emotion. Lucian shouts loudly. The raging storm does not even distort his voice in the slightest. He sings and chants, while the original crystals creep visibly along his neck. Does it hurt, child? Yes, of course it hurts. You keep using your arts without restraint. It'll kill you, child. Are you jealous? Ah ha 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 ha. I don't know how to laugh unless it's the Tidus laugh, I'm sorry. It's either hee hee or Tidus laugh though, all I've got. Perhaps your performance is really moving. Lucian responds to Godia with every great fever. His surging emotions give him newfound strength, and at last he seizes the upper hand in the clash. In an instant, he lunges the scepter into Togodia's torso. Pain is my blade, and at last I have driven it into the one who caused my pain in the first place. This art is... I'm a big fan of this. I love how... I'm gonna interject with the story for a second to talk about how I really like how the hair has been used. Because the momentum of it, this is like a smidgen unnatural, but it's very cinematic in that if you look at the shape of it, it forms a circle around the focal point of Phantom, which, considering the shaping and the action and control Tragodia's had over his life, it feels very fitting. So I'm a big fan of how the hair, even in this, surrounds him. Concerned about the hat. The hat is long gone in the storm. Also, once again, cool icon. These are my ramblings. We shall continue. Whoa! You. Oh, it got cooler! Holy moly! The curtain must fall on every performance. Cycles will not help shape our so-called destiny. Child, I've just gained new inspiration. This story deserves to be continued. Right beneath their feet is swaying and shaking, but starting to stabilize. People start to poke their heads out from the ruins and look at the receding disaster. They can hardly believe the catastrophe they have just experienced. Hundreds of broken masks drop to the ground as Tragodia slowly falls to his feet. Lucian is sure that he pierced Tragodia's heart and completed this grand murderous drama. However, he also notices a change in himself. Whoa! Oh, this is ominous. Wait, Mary, thank you for the raid! Wait, welcome in, raiders. This isn't ominous, this is delightful. You've arrived at the climactic part of the story. Welcome in. Hi, Fresh Chariot. Hi, Sulky. Hi, Jupiter. Hi, Sally. I hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? Oh, thank you for the shout-outs. Thank you. How was your stream? If you need to grab a drink, take a break. Make sure to take care of yourself. Streaming can be tiring. Look after your voice and yourself and all in general. Thank you for trusting your community with me. We are currently reading along to an Arknights event. We're just at the dramatic climax, so it's quite exciting. I'm very invested. But I hope you've had a wonderful stream. If you want to hang out, you are very welcome to, but no worries if you need to run off. What are you up to? I hope your stream is going well. I've been looking because there's a collab, but enjoy the climax. Oh, very fair, very fair. I hope the collab went well, and I hope you can recuperate well. I always feel quite sleepy after collabs, but I don't know if that's a universal experience or just an introvert one. But I hope it went well. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. Lucian has a fancy outfit now. I've been swapping between calling him Lucian and Phantom. I realize it's a bit confusing. Whoa. The staff is his, and so is the badge. But has he taken Togodia's place? I don't think that was the ending he wanted. That. These clothes, the scepter, this crown. Giving me a new adlet? The silver white hem of his robe flutters in the wind, brushed by grains of sand, yet spotless as ever. Lucian silently studies the elegant garment. It is flamboyant and exquisite, and it fits him perfectly, as if it been tailored just for him. He could walk into any festival on any stage. It would suit him perfectly. If this is the catastrophe's gift to him, his reward for slaying his teacher. The theme of this murder was clearly betrayal, yet in the last moment it became a passing of the torch. Lucian is silent. Fallen Tragödia has disappeared. Where he once lay, there is only blood, and his mask, the dark red of the carpet, extends upwards along the steps without end. This is the path he was meant to walk, and he is now free of obstacles. These thoughts spring into Lucian's mind from nowhere. There's so much cool art this event, oh my goodness. I feel like, is it just because I've not read an event for a while? I feel like even the big half-year events don't normally get this many arts and covers. This is so cool. So he climbs the stairs without lowering his head or looking back. Just then he hears Tragödia's voice. Lucian, you are the finest actor in the land. You have honed your craft well, and you use your powers of reason to grasp hold of this mask of emotions. You know well my origins, so it should be clear to you that you have not ended me by merely killing me. You shouldn't pin your hopes on a scene that was once performed in an ancient castle. Or is it that you are certain I would think this way, make this choice? It's all so interesting. Maybe you are right. Death is the one shore I will never reach, the one performance I can never take part in, and the only art I can never embody. Reeds walk their own path, through tears, falsehoods, and riddles. Weaves the bed of withered flowers, he writes his epitaph into the stirring dust, waiting for the day when he gazes upon it. Death or destruction is the greatest gift you could ever give your teacher. But have you considered that what you now reject and what I've left behind is only one of the theatre's countless possibilities, one of the many ways beauty can be defined, and therefore that what you've just killed was but one of my 1,000 of existences? Go on. Life flashes by, but the theatre endures. The theatre will never perish. Aesthetics will change, so therefore I will always stand at the pinnacle of everything. The theatre cannot be killed. I can only redefine it, replace one theatre with another, overthrow old aesthetics with new. I can become the new one, the new you. That is the only possible fate for the two of us. Then I accept it. You see, Lucian, once again, we've entered a tacit agreement. Continue forwards, climb to the highest point of the stage. You shall wear the crown of performance. You shall wield the scepter of inspiration. You shall wear the years of performing and being performed. This process will only add to your pain, but you must accept it. Child, you shall walk from here with both my blessing and my curse. I have fulfilled the promise I made to you when we first met. I will never be an obstacle to you, or an obstacle to theatre. My final gift to you. How much further can you walk? What other answers can you come to? Tragödia. The perspective of this is so incredible, but also I'm terrified of how much detail they must have painted in to get the scale of zoom. Lucian does not answer, and the sound finally stops. He stands at the top of the stairs. The storm is far away now, and blood trails behind him. He loves the desolate scene. He loves the unformed arts in his body. and he stretches out in all his pain. New Tagodia sings his song.
この刃がまだ血を吸い足りないって言ってるわ。
War. By no means a good time for Phantom. But all things considered, where we were at the end of chapter 6, one of the less heartbreaking endings, I'm just in denial about Moira. We won't think about that part, but the rest was relatively chipper by Arknight standards. It's interesting because I haven't encountered many of the stories which have the, as described, long-lived creatures that exist on Terra, but I feel like it's not direct reincarnation in the sense the cashew nut inspires, but Kashki. I should stop just calling him cashew nut, it's confusing, but it feels reminiscent in a way, but there haven't been too many of them. It's an interesting theme. I know there's not been much allusion to them, but was it the long-lives along with the Sarkas who were on Terra before their arrival? I don't know if that's actually been clarified, since there's Lone Trial adjacent late story things, so maybe that's shenanigans. But this has been a fun story. I kind of want to reread it and go over some of the structure of it. I did wonder when they were setting up for the fight, because I haven't encountered the long-liveds within this world too much, and so I was wondering if it is long-lived in a single life, or if it's one of those notions of theatre of multiple incarnations, and whether it wasn't a tutoring and a raising of Lucian to aspire to be an actor, but it's because it was another life of the long-lived god that lives multiple lives at once, and if that makes sense. I know that's it's like an extension of the extreme theory of reincarnation that there's only one living thing which cycles through living every life. There's some versions that view gods of fate and performance that cycle through, and so I didn't know if it was tying into that, and if this was supposed to be two forms that have reached the highest performance, but I don't think that ties into the other themes of Arknights, and so I guess it was more of a thematic reincarnation, or reincarnation of burden, rather than an actual transfer of the status, although the title has been handed with the burden. Very fun. There's a couple of them, all have immortality via different ways. There's got to be many ways to achieve it. Yeah, I'm trying to think. It's kind of difficult with Arknights because there's some characters and it's just, are you immortal or is it normal for you to be a few hundred years old? You can never really tell with all the different species, especially if there's Sarkas involved. So, a word to the audience, the curtain shall never fall. Da da da. I may spin through this one because it is very much past my bedtime. Oh? Molly, you've lost so much weight. I did spend 2 whole months in bed. I went looking for you once the plate stopped. When I saw the medics carrying you out all covered in blood, and you weren't moving, I thought you were dead. Singing voice is terrifying. But you only wanted to stop me. He didn't want to kill me. Definitely wasn't a coincidence that he bumped into Gato at the auction like she said. He had another motive to join the film crew. What's that? He was looking for something that exists. Something that's always with us, even though we know nothing about her. Okay, I knew he was a mysterious dude, but now I'm even more confused. But forget about him. I'm sorry for taking so long to come see you, mostly because they make a real pain to file visitation application for this place. I know, Digby, but I used you and caused others to misunderstand you. Lucian was right. I was ignoring the truth in my hands. In my final moments of madness, I didn't even think of you. Listen to me, Molly. No matter what you went through, no matter what your goal, you hurt the people who were by your sides practically 24/7. You're a criminal, and I won't ever forgive you for that. But that doesn't mean I can't also miss the times you would crash on the sofa to watch horror flicks, just the two of us. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't that real? Yeah? When I was stuck in bed, my roots hurt so bad that I couldn't sleep. I kept recalling everything that happened. A whole night would pass, but only my pain was real. Honestly, it doesn't matter how absurd the story gets. Of all the puppets of fate, or whatever, it's not like I ever had a choice. I'd only focused on the movies we were watching, instead of thinking about the truth that I thought was real, the hatred, the madness, the blood, and the puppets. Sorry, Tippy. If I'd met you earlier, maybe you wouldn't have needed Laura. The final day of your trial isn't 2 days late? I talked to a few lawyers and it seems... Don't let my ending bother you. The warden's nice here. He lets me stay in the prison's logistical department during the last few days to make sure the prisoners stuff the prisoners can use. I'm not living like I was before, merely waiting in vain for the finale. Good. We always have the visiting time, so let's talk about happier stuff. What happened to the movie we all shot together? Toxic Yuri? I like Toxic Yuri as much as the next person, but one time it's gotta be cheerful Yuri. Just once. Just like a little bit of happiness that lasts for more than one chapter. It doesn't count if in reflection it's all the worse. It's gotta stay cheerful. This is just one time Arknights. I'm so grumpy. Generally, wait, I'm trying to think. Is the most cheerful ship Hoshigumo and Chen? I think it might be. Oh my gosh. I hope my friends come visit me if I ever commit a murder spree. Can't forget the 3 movies we watched together. Yeah. It makes me curious about Tippy, because this response makes sense for Moira, considering she previously experienced isolation and the only friendship she ever experienced was the phantom connection from Laura. But I don't know, unless Tippy has been very isolated, this is a very forgiving bird. There is no happiness to be found in the literature club, there is no happiness to be found in Arknights. I was trying to think of one of the queer romance books I've read this year and be like, no, there was a happy ending, but I fell back on the last 2 of them that I've read and was like, nope, never mind. No happy endings. I need to read cozy fantasy. I need a happy story. I need them to retire and grow old together and have an allotment. Oh, it's gotta happen. Okay, one quick cough before you finish reading. I'm doing better on the last bit to remember to mute before coughing. It's almost like not streaming for a month made me forget everything. I'm so sorry. No tears, Aspasia's happier, kinda? Yeah. If we just imagine that they reunite somewhere and break into museums together, then for the rest of their lives. Natia left with a note for Spasia and they lost contact, I think is the canon resolution. She just went home for a bit. Okay. Look, there's plenty of museums for Spasia to break into and I support her. For the record, the context of this is the Pepe event, whereas Aspasia got really annoyed that a bunch of the relics from her culture were being stored in a tiny shelf to the side with no attention or information when none of the relics are left in their home nation because I believe it has been invaded and overthrown, ? Partially because of Tagodia now? I guess we know that? Maybe I'm getting the name of the city the wrong way around. And so when chaos was happening, she just decided to steal them all from the museum. She was just like, oh, we're being evacuated. What if these go missing? Oops. She's very good. She's very good. Oh. Okay. Well, everyone's here already, so I am late. Da. Nervous, Stephen? A bit. Relax. We shot the ridiculous finale, and then they went to editing, color grading, and music production. Everyone did their best to complete the production in only 2 months. I'm glad we agreed on the title change, Stephen. I should be thanking you again for the final performance inside the catastrophe. Otherwise, deleting those few words would have been nothing more than pretentious navel-gazing. Lady Dupont is by no means an attention-grabbing title as the death of Lady Dupont, but like Greta worrying about the marketing, there's no doubt in my mind that our new title suits the story best. Wait, I'll handle it. I'll go Lady Dupont to theatres. And then visit a police station to do what I have to do. Oh, yeah. Admitting to obstructing murder investigation. Yep. It almost felt like a B-plot at this point. Pinch me. I'm not seeing things, am I? Pinch you? Just snap your shutter already. This is guaranteed to go on the front page tomorrow. How did a niche AGFF attract such a distinguished guest? How much did the organizer spend? I don't know what this acronym is. I don't understand cinema. How many years has it been since Marion Blake showed up in Rankwood? Yara, let's go! Grandma Yara? Sorry, my voice gave out there. I'm very enthusiastic about this. Oh my gosh, this makes no sense, but it makes me so happy. The Arknight's logistics. How is the fox ? The grandparent of a bird. It's been a while, Tip. Judging by your outfit, let me guess what role this was. Script supervisor, prop master, stunt woman, or some kind of furniture city warrior. Background painter, of course. I've been in the crew for half a year, and was even selected to join the Rankwood Studio Plate Restoration project last week. The plate crew got totally wrecked by the catastrophe, so the boss put me in charge of the design work once it's rebuilt. I've been so busy. Is she a bird? She didn't seem like a bird from her design, but people refer to her as Liberia, and particularly Melanie keeps referring to her as the poor little Liberia, which I think is the bird nation? Or is Liberia one of the ones where there's Liberia have two types in them? Bird, yeah, because I thought from her features these ears are more like fox or dog coded. And she doesn't have the traditional wispiness of a bird, but oh, she does have 2 giant feathers down there. that kind of concludes the bird discussion. Hidden by the text box. I see you finally figured out what you want to do. I told you before, didn't I? I love movies. Every last part of them. And now, I finally found what my favorite part is. So you didn't plan on going back? Think you could keep shielding me from the old man? Tip, your grandfather may be an old friend of mine who used to be the finest partner in the industry, but that doesn't mean he'll let me tell him how to raise his grandkids. Just tell him the next time you have tea with him. We're all retired, aren't we, old chap? Why waste the time worrying about the little things? I know Tip didn't use any of her contacts, nor did she follow your plan to become a historical film director, but isn't she living it up in Rankwood? Who knows? Half the backdrops in town might be spray painted by your granddaughter one day. Alright, I recorded all that. I'll play it for him the next time we meet. Aw, come on, yeah. Fine, fine. But I may not have time to see your grandpa the next time I'm in Colombia. Oh yeah? Didn't you go all the way to Billington for some fresh air? Did you come back for more lab stuff? It's too many questions, Tip. Just once the screening's done, I have to head over to Max, DC, to see the Vice President. Suspicious bird. So, at least let me have a chat with my old friend, will you? Long time no see, Ryan. Just call me Yara. After so many years away from the silver screen, Marianne sounds like a stranger's name to me. Either way, I have to thank you, Yara. I'm sure you know that given my current reputation, I don't have much of an influence in the industry. But without your help, the AGFF would never have allowed Lady Dupont as a light submission. Is this just the Academy but Terror? I'm just going to assume it's the Academy. It was my pleasure. Although, I must say, I had no idea Tippy was actually... I would have helped you with or without her. I just watched the part of the catastrophe, and I felt it'd be such a pity for the audience to miss out on the performance. That's a strange spam message. Heavy bot. I don't know what that is going on there. Huh. Hello, Witchy. I hope you are a human. Somewhat suspicious. Well, don't add strangers on Discord, folks. That's stuff new. I was about to say this feels kind of like a more obscure way to view botting scam, but maybe I am too cynical of the world. Maybe I am pessimistic, grumpy mouse. But I shall continue either way. Silly bots on Twitch never stopped us. I thought I'd do an old friend a favour. But even if Lady Dupont gets free marketing at AGFF, that doesn't always translate into box office numbers. Melanie, you know better than I, the Frankfurter's person, he would be the most forgetful and least tolerant person there is. It's no guarantee that he'd accept a lover running back to his arms. Besides, you did just destroy an entire plate. Even if the film's a smash hit, you might not make enough to pay for the damages. At least I did it, and I have no regrets. I assumed you had insurance! What? Oh, these people are so ridiculous. Okay, but rather than mulling over all that, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead. When you encountered a catastrophe while shooting the eternally shining star, the camera caught as the storm nearly missed you. She spent all her savings backing the film? Yeah, I realised that, but I just assumed that the plate had insurance, or that if it got damaged in a random catastrophe, then that would be associated with a criminal trial. It wouldn't be financially backstopped by her as the investor. I don't know. I just assume people get contents insurance and stuff. I think I'm too sensible for her. I'm too cautious. Was it just an accident like you said at the press conference, or did you also move towards it of your own will? Is the answer still that important to you, even now? No. Sure is hard to say if I really did beat you in the end. The splendidly dressed female lead laughs heartily before every camera in the room, though she does not know what she's laughing at. After a long time, she opens her arms towards her former rival, the genius she always thought she'd never catch up to, the one she always exchanged polite greetings with on camera for a hug. And it's returned in kind. Let's head in. Aww. We get to see the film! Melanie whispered as I read the poem. Oh, I gotta click next. Michael is the 3 Rockefellers. Dalton is Sir Dupont. Lucian is the messenger. Dirty Spaghetti Stone, directed by Stephen Quay. Coordinator Shelley. Half the cast isn't here to see the premiere, but Art Department Tippy! Prop Department Moira. Oh. But then I guess the original prop person who got fired doesn't get the credit. Aww! He looks so fancy there. It's over? Yep. That's in the film? I heard about what happened behind the scenes. The murders, the catastrophe, even the project management was a mess. So before I sat down to watch it, I thought the film couldn't possibly live up to all that, but Sid and April's marriage breakdown, ending with a catastrophe, the plot twists made sense, but so many of the characters were just bizarre. It's hard to say if it's good or bad, but it's a lot to chew on. Same, to be honest. Story aside, even the production was pretty controversial. Like, the cinematography is inconsistent at times. The first part was shot meticulously, like a serious historical drama, but it becomes rougher towards the end, especially the catastrophe scenes when it's totally filmed like a documentary. It's definitely going to be polarizing. The fans will rate it highly, while the haters sure are gonna hate it. But that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Uncuts been getting more and more boring over the years, and that goes for the AGFF films too. But this one, I'll buy a ticket to Lady Dupont. Let's see what the director and cast have to say during the post-screening round table. Oh yeah, I heard the unlucky-looking girl in the front worked on it too. Oh boy, my luck is awful. After a month of applications, I finally landed a spot as the last stagehand, but then all of that happened the moment I arrived on set. I was so much sleep after running into those corpses. What is happening on these film sets? If it weren't for the insomnia, I would have kicked the wall with my mind and messed up and broken my leg when I was trying to fall my foot down safely when the catastrophe came near. And if I didn't break my leg, I would have missed my bus and missed the first half of the screening. Unlucky stagehand mutters to herself as the credits roll. She recalls her experience and cannot help but feel sorrowful about it all. I just need a Miss Christine sighting and then I'm happy. Even if the images on screen feel strange to her, the familiar faces in the scenes have all been assembled in a way she cannot understand. Just like her topsy-turvy life. And she spots her name at the end of the credits. Stage Department Horton. No matter how the hand of fate may change, it will eventually leave a line, a truth you believe in. Sorry, I didn't think they'd get to meet again. It's over. Aren't you taking part in the post-screening round table? I'm not with them. Besides, the two of you are here. Tuna. It was wonderful, be it the film itself or otherwise. Question. Is he dead for good this time? Or is he still alive somehow? I'd have to think about that. But all you need to know, Sean, is that you wouldn't have to worry about shadows from the past invading your dreams, even when you're in Rhode Island, ever again. I'm playwright. You may write your own scripts as you wish, any topic in any style. The Crimson Troop is no more. You two are free. And you? You just said you'd have to think about his ending, which means you're still on the path, correct? Drama never dies. So is the one sitting beside me right now no longer Blood Diamond, but Tragodia? It sounds like you paid more than a heavy price, Lucian. I wouldn't say so. If our previous attempts at escape or revenge were just scripts for us to follow, then now we can finally step into our future. I will travel again, sing and perform, till I am certain that what I create manages to match my pain and joy. It could be a new trip or a new proposition, new adventures, new stories, or a more dazzling tomorrow, a more magical truth. Hey, Sean, we're all buddies here. Would you like to lend them a hand? Lucian, are you sure about this? Of course. Those who've lost themselves in the heist, they're who's closed off their senses and themselves, the lay people who trudge through both highs and lows, the creatures who chew on their pain. This land has never lacked factors. I wish to welcome you both to the trip. Was Lady Christine sitting in on the seats and I just didn't spot her? Because if not, I feel kind of scammed. I gotta get my cat. I will not be thinking about the EX stages. I will be going to bed. Okay. Let's go, little Rumble. The troop is back? A different troop, though. Hopefully. Oh, I really hope so. But yes, let me get the little raid messages ready. Thank you all for being here. I'm sorry I got to wrap it up so quickly. Oh, I kind of sped through everything towards the end, but this is past my bedtime. I am a responsible mouse who normally sleeps around 50 minutes ago, so I will be sprinting off for very quick skincare and shower, and then delightfully asleep. And I will see you all on Saturday. We're planning to do book club on Saturday. For some logistical issues, we may or may not have to move it over. I'll do a post on Discord, hopefully by the Friday, confirming if it might be delayed. If it is delayed, then it'll probably be shuffled about to a nearby weekend day, so it'll assumably be moved back a week to Saturday the 6th. But I will keep you all updated, and I will see you on Saturday for some stream. We'll make sure to do something if we can on book club. So take care, and I'll see you all then. Bye.